we are doing this not only because it is a kind of compliance with the requirements by CHED, but really to be able to generate knowledge and share to the wider academic community to help in the development of not only of PUP but of our country. The theme of lectures today revolves around um, the problem and the issue that that has to do with our physical environment. And this is no more topical and urgent as presented to us by what is happening to our physical environment, not only um, nationally but at the global scale. Um, it seems that along with disasters, not actually disasters, but our political and social environment um, is also becoming more and more, should I say, messy and um, very difficult to understand. We are also experiencing um, problems brought about um, by climate change, for instance, and other related environmental problems. But today um, we are going to hear the lectures of, as I said, prominent individuals, starting from Dr. Aldrine, Francis Aldrine A. Uy, um, the Dean of the School of Civil Environmental and Geological Engineering of the Mapua University. And later today, we will have the Undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Renato Solidum Jr. and Dr. Renato A. Arazo, the Environmental Engineering major in Waste Management Engineering, the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs of a University Professor of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines. I am commending this undertaking, and I like to I'm going to congratulate the people behind this. Our Vice President for Research, Extension, Planning and Development, Dr. Rudy Gapasin. Um, our Executive Director of the Open University. Also the organizer led by the um, Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs and Services, Professor Florinda Oquindo. And I hope, as well as of course our office, the Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs. I am quite optimistic that these lectures are going to be really successful and will be able to impart to us very important, crucial forms of knowledge about what is happening to our environment and how it affects the human condition, which is of course our condition. Salamat po sa inyong pagdalo at umaasa kami ng isang makabuluhan at matalinong mga diskusyon pagkatapos ng mga pagtalakay ng ating mga panauhin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emmanuel C. de Guzman.
Thank you, Dr. de Guzman. Before we start the lecture, let us first be reminded by our virtual conference guidelines. Number one, please mute your audio by clicking the button found at the bottom of the screen. For the duration of each session, participants are encouraged to turn on their video and ask questions. Use the chat box to address your questions or concerns. And please use raise hand feature to raise questions and or clarifications during the open forum. During the program, please use the speaker view and keep your video on. In the case you get disconnected, simply click the provided webinar link again. Questions and clarifications will be entertained after the presentation. You may use the chat box for the facilitators to note them. State your name and institution and ask questions concisely. Comments that will benefit others are most welcome. Also provide feedback. Help us improve our online events to better understand your needs and preferences. For our registered participants who are on Facebook, make sure that you have answered the survey feedback to ensure that you will receive an e-certificate. Whenever disconnected in the Zoom meeting, please log in again using the link, or you may join us at facebook.com/PUP Alumni Official.
Okay, so to formally start this event, let me introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is the founder and president of Usher Technologies Incorporated and dean of the School of Civil, Environmental, and Geological Engineering of Mapua University, Philippines. He is the founder, as I have mentioned earlier, he is the founder and president of Usher Technologies, the first Mapua spin-off company derived from the Universal Structural Health Evaluation and Recording System project of the DOSTP Shared and Mapua University. The Usher system is a 24/7 structural health monitoring online platform for infrastructures that greatly improves our preparation and response to strong earthquakes, and typhoons. He is the DOSTP Shared 2018 Outstanding R&D Awardee on Special Concerns and 2018 World Summit Awards winner for Smart Settlements and Urbanization category. Since the year 2008, he is the Dean of the School of Civil, Environmental, and Geological Engineering at Mapua University. He took his Doctor of Philosophy in Civil Engineering at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Master of Science in Civil Engineering at the Technological University of the Philippines, and Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering at the Mapua Institute of Technology. He is a LIF 4 Fellow and a graduate of Leadership and Innovation Fellowship at the Asian Institute of Management under the School of Executive Education. LIF is part of the Newton Agham program, a collaboration between the UK and the Philippine government, the UK Royal Academy of Engineering, DOST, and AIM. He is one of the Outstanding Mapuans or TOM 2015 awardee in the field of academe given by the National Association of Mapua Alumni or NAMA. He is a recipient of the 2019 Outstanding ASEAN Science Diplomat Award. He and the Usher system was also internationally recognized in 2019 with the Outstanding Engineering Achievement Award given by the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organizations. He is one of the 2019 Manila Water Foundation Engineering Excellence Prize awardee. He was awarded with the David M. Consunji Award for Engineering Research in 2020 given by the Philippine Association for the Advancement of Science and Technology or PhilAS. Just recently, he was also awarded the Kabalikat Researcher Award in line with DOSTP Shared's 10th year anniversary this 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Francis Aldrine Uy. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. Okay, let me just share my slide. Okay, just want to check, is my audio good as well as the
Yes, sir.
presentation?
Yes, sir.
Can you see it? Okay, all right. So again, I would like to thank the organizer for this webinar today, especially to our friend, the president of PUP, Dr. Muhi. Thank you very much. And to all, again, to all the organizers, it's good to be here again for this PUP Professorial Chair presentation. So today, my presentation is entitled Azure Structural Health Monitoring System and Advanced Disaster Risk Reduction Technology. So my presentation will be divided into two parts. The first part will be sort of like a survey on what technologies, disaster risk reduction technologies are available. And then after that, I'm going to focus on the features of the Azure system. So let me start by sharing with you this short video presentation about what you call the Sendai framework, okay, which is what our basis in developing this disaster risk reduction technologies.
The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction was adopted on 18 March 2015 at the 3rd UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Sendai, Japan. It was endorsed 3 months later by the UN General Assembly. The Sendai Framework is a call to action over the next 15 years to make the world a safer place and to reduce the risk of man-made and natural hazards. It is designed specifically to achieve the substantial reduction of disaster risk and losses in lives, livelihoods, and health. Preventing new and emerging risk and reducing existing risk is essential to any substantial reduction in disaster losses. It has 4 main priorities. Priority 1. Understanding disaster risk is about ensuring that policies and practices for disaster risk management are based on a clear understanding of vulnerability and exposure to hazards. Priority 2. Strengthening disaster risk governance means having a clear strategy, strong institutions, laws and budget to ensure the efficient management of disaster risk. Priority 3. Investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience includes public and private investment in measures which will prevent and reduce losses. Priority 4. The importance of disaster preparedness and building back better after a disaster strikes. The Sendai Framework sets out 7 targets to measure progress in achieving a substantial reduction of disaster risk. Target 1. To substantially reduce global disaster mortality by 2030. Between 2005 and 2015, over 700,000 people around the world lost their lives from disasters. Target 2. To substantially reduce the number of affected people globally by 2030. In the last 10 years, over 1.4 million people were injured and 24 million have been made homeless. Target 3. Reduce direct disaster economic loss in relation to GDP. $1 invested in resilient infrastructure can save $7 or more in response and recovery costs. Target 4. Reduce damage to infrastructure and disruption to basic infrastructure. The Sendai Framework also sets targets for increasing the number of countries with disaster risk reduction strategies, increasing international cooperation to developing countries, and substantially increasing public access to early warning systems. The Sendai Framework is a critical part of the post-2015 development agenda. It supports the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the Climate Change Agreement. Everyone has a stake in disaster risk reduction. Each state has the primary responsibility. But all citizens need to be engaged and risk-informed. Together, we can all make a difference.
Okay, so that's from the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and this Sendai framework promotes what you call the 7 global targets, and that is to reduce mortality, affected people, economic loss, and damage to critical infrastructures and disruptions of basic services. And the way to do that, or the way to go, is to increase countries with the national and local DRS strategies of countries. Okay. Then also international cooperation, especially to or for developing countries, and availability and access to multi-hazard early warning system and disaster risk information and assessment system. So with this, this is our guide to in developing our own national and local disaster risk reduction. And of course, technology has a key role or is a key um, in addressing these targets. Now, let's proceed to a short or actually a survey of what available disaster risk technologies are out there. Oh, before that, sorry, let me just stress this point that it's important for us to look into our preparation mitigation programs. So here you can see the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, the organization, and I would like to focus on this level on the vice chairperson. You see, it is divided into four, and basically it represents the four areas of disaster risk reduction, and that is the first is the disaster prevention and mitigation. Okay, and then the disaster preparedness, and to the right is disaster response, then disaster rehabilitation and recovery. Now, these are the four areas in risk reduction and management. And if you see, or if you look at local government and national government, there are a lot of work or even funding put into disaster response. Okay, also planning on disaster rehab and recovery, but there are a lot on disaster response. Okay, but the key takeaway that I may share with you today, an important message is that um, it's important for us to also look into the disaster preparedness, the prevention mitigation part. A good example will be the West Valley Fault. The West Valley Fault, based on our on studies of our scientists, it have not moved for almost 400 years, or for almost 500 years. So the key point here is that we are given so much time, plenty of time to do prevention, mitigation, and preparedness. Okay, especially in the case of earthquake, which is of course, the focus of our technology at Usher. So we're given like 400 years, almost 400 years. Quick response or disaster in response, we need quick response. So immediately, we have we don't have much time. We have limited time to ensure safety of people, safety of properties. So um, given that we're given so much time in preparedness and prevention mitigation, then we should rethink our strategy, because I believe that if we are able to do good prevention mitigation program and preparedness program, okay, especially now with advanced technology, there will be lesser need for us, okay, for response, okay, when an earthquake or a disaster happens, because we are more prepared, we were able to mitigate and prevent, okay, there are some or all, possibly some or all of the risk involved. So this is something that we should look into, not just in the national but also in the local or local government units, no? Because you also you I think you would also remember that COA has been auditing local government units. They have not been spending their there's limited expenditure and or use of disaster fund. Okay, maybe they've already exhausted everything they need for response, disaster response. So now maybe we can think of what programs we can do to prevent, to mitigate, and prepare, which is basically the big message with it comes to my presentation today. And hopefully, with what you would see or would get from this presentation until the end, you would look or see possibilities. Right? What technologies are available for us to prevent, mitigate, and prepare. Now let me proceed with let's try to scan what technologies are there. Okay. Now this is a very good paper. This is entitled "Disaster Risk Reduction and Innovation" by Izumi et al. So this is a publication back in July in 2019. So it of course presented what are innovations available when it comes to disaster risk and reduction. Now there's a table here. They were able to tabulate or no, to enumerate, I mean, the top 10 innovations, and they are divided into two. The first are what you call approaches or approach, or maybe methods, okay, and the other one are products, which is the focus of my presentation today. But just to, of course, look into this enumeration. Okay, the first one here is community-based disaster risk reduction. So it's an approach. Then second is hazard mapping, another approach. Remote sensing and GIS, okay, which is a product. Okay, we have a lot of these geographic information systems nowadays, and they're very useful in collaboration, in communication, okay, with especially with teams, handling disaster planning as well as response. Assessment and index approach, vulnerability assessment, resilient index and sustainability and approach. Disaster risk insurance as a product, okay. So I believe you have seen the news that the government also have been looking into this, and of course it's important for them to ensure our infrastructures. Okay, it's very important for in the area of rehabilitation and recovery after an event. National platforms for disaster risk reduction is an approach. Social networking services as a product. Drones, okay, so the use of drones in disaster risk reduction as a product. Then you have the disaster resilient materials and indigenous VRR technology as an approach. Okay, so yeah, let's try to look into some of this in detail. So let us watch this short video.
Does your emergency operations center rely on paper maps to coordinate disaster response? Oftentimes, information on paper maps is already outdated by the time your team meets to brief. Now more than ever, your team needs up-to-date information that allows you to make data-driven decisions and provide accurate reports to the public. Esri's digital solution for emergency management can help solve those issues and more. As a disaster approaches, ArcGIS allows you to understand the impact and scope of potential damage and anticipate how many resources will be needed. This real-time information can help you monitor rapidly changing conditions, anticipate when and where to take action, and share up-to-date information with other departments and the public. A comprehensive web-based dashboard provides actionable information that facilitates a more impactful incident briefing. And with authoritative data, your command staff and elected officials can make informed decisions that protect the community. These real-time maps can be shared across multiple devices, allowing your whole team to access authoritative data from wherever they may be. And the most important component of disaster response is to provide accurate information to the public. Esri's solution includes web-based maps that are designed to scale when the demand for information goes viral. This tool allows citizens to effectively assess personal risks, avoid hazards, and evacuate if and when the time comes. After a large-scale disaster, your focus will shift to damage assessment. Our digital data collection tool allows your team to capture important information from a mobile device. They can complete forms, take photos, and designate a precise location to the damage. When connected, the application will provide real-time information to the office. And when there's no connectivity, you can still collect information and synchronize later. Because this process is more efficient, you can quickly ascertain overall damage costs and mobilize recovery resources. With all of this information, we'd like to ask you, if a disaster were to impact your community, would you be ready to respond?
Okay, so that is one of the provider of geographic information system. This involves digital mapping, so it's very useful, uh, especially in planning. Then, of course, the products are useful when it comes to prevention, preparation, as well as response and rehabilitation. Those four areas. So this is some sort of a must nowadays when it comes to disaster risk reduction. At Mapua, actually, we had several projects. The first one, we were involved in the field lidar project, and where we were able to handle, I think, about 22 river basins and entire, mostly in the northern part of our country. So we made use of GIS technology, of course, the lidar technology, to come up with elevation maps. And these maps are very useful because we are able to be able to model more precise, accurate, come up with more precise and accurate models, which is useful later on to do some kind of early warning system. Okay, because we are able to predict, estimate the flow of water from the upstream to the downstream, wherein usually coastal community or communities are located. So it's important for them to be informed, to be warned about the possibility of flooding, when of course, the river swells. And another project that we came up with is the automated real-time monitoring system, or ARMS project. This used for dams, because we were trying to look at what you call the watershed, the watershed, and with that, of course, the impact or effect of climate change. And we also made use of this GIS technology. Now let's move to the next one.
The idea was to be able to use the drone wherever possible, use technology to make things more efficient and faster. So we were in Sindhupal Chowk this morning, and we were, in the center of the valley, and asking the locals where all help has not been able to reach. And from there, sort of 2 kilometers line of sight, we would send it on top of a mountain somewhere and be able to find out the kind of destruction that has happened, and if help has actually reached there, or if people are just standing there stranded because the cars just couldn't reach those places.
Okay, so that one is about the use of drones. So as you can see, they made use of it to survey the impact or um, yeah, after the impact of an event, in this case, an earthquake in Nepal. Nowadays, it's not just really just getting photos or videos of these scenarios or circumstances, but also this is something that we can look into, especially in the area of research. We can already combine what you call image processing and other um, techniques, okay, like machine learning, deep learning, reinforced learning. So these things, if you integrate with the use of drone, we can also possibly make better estimates or assessment on the impact of, let's say, a flood event or an earthquake event. So with that, you can get more information from these photos or videos. Yeah, it's possible because there are a lot of groups now working on. They some make use of drones. They fly the drone over, let's say, a building. Then they are able to assess integrity of a building or even a bridge. So they just say, of course, those in programming or in data science, they just have to train, okay, their system to do that. So it's also possible here that we can train these drones to better assess the situation. In traffic management, we can do this already. We can get using the videos. We can do analysis on the traffic flow, like speed, volume, and also and we can also classify by the vehicle. So imagine what else we can do, no? With drones and integration of other techniques and technology that we already have. So let's move to the next one. Okay, let's go local. Okay.
Halos 50% ng tapos ang itinatayong building na paglalagyan ng state-of-the-art Doppler radar sa Kalasangan Hills, Kataingan, Masbate. Ang Doppler radar na ito ay may kakayahan na makapag-track ng namumong sama ng panahon na nasa 300 kilometro sa Pacific Ocean. Makakapagbigay din ng anunsyo ang Pag-asa Masbate sa tatahakin ng papasok na bagyo o sama ng panahon sa mga lugar sa Southern Luzon at Kabisayaan.
Kita na natin yung bagyo. So, before pa dumating sa summer or saan dyan, Surigao, kita na natin yung bagyo. Ito ay ang pinaka state of the art radar na bago ngayon. So, yung pinaka latest na radar.
Tinatayang 50 milyong piso ang halaga na inilaan ng Pag-asa DOST sa pagpapatayo ng gusali at ang ilalagay na instrumento.
Na crop up itong project na to para makatulong kami kasi madami ng radar sa eastern seaboards of Luzon, Visayas and Mindanao.
Tiniyak naman ng Pag-asa na nakasunod sa Building Code of the Philippines ang pagpapatayo ng building sa posibleng paglindola. Sasailalim din sa training ang 2 kawani upang pag-aralan ang pag-ooperate ng radar. Ayon pa kay Riza Bartolata ng Pag-asa Masbate, sa huling bahagi ng taong 2021 ay totally operational na ang nasabing Doppler radar.
Okay, so this one is a Doppler radar. So this is a good example for us to do good preparation, mitigation as well, and prevention. We need this kind of technology because, of course, this will enable us to know the occurrence of typhoon events, the possibility, and also other factors like amount of rain that will fall, or also the path, or the direction of this weather system. So this is a very good example, and as you can see, this is a big investment, and that's good for our government. It's a huge investment, but again, really investment comes to preparation, mitigation may appear to be a bit, of course, significant. It's a significant amount, but again, it's important because if we don't have this, then the risk as well as the outcome will be much more devastating, and we will possibly lose more than this investment. So let's proceed to the next one.
Halos
Do you remember this video that has gone viral on social media? This shows two condominium buildings swaying as a magnitude 6.1 earthquake struck Luzon in April. According to the Association of Structural Engineers in the Philippines, swaying skyscrapers during an earthquake is normal, as they are designed to be earthquake resilient. But what about old buildings in the country? According to Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PhilVox, Manila is one of the cities in the National Capital Region that would suffer the most in the aftermath of the so-called The Big One. Just like this building here in Binondo that has been standing for 100 years. According to a structural engineer, this can still be saved and turned into an earthquake-resilient building. Engineer Roel Ramirez says there are a lot of techniques to make buildings in the country earthquake resilient or earthquake proof, just like what they are doing in retrofitting this century-old Binondo building. He says viscoelastic dumpers will be installed as the building's supporting columns. Ramirez explains through this miniature dumper how the rubbers between the steels will absorb the earthquake shock instead of directly hitting the posts of the building.
This rubber will be used to absorb the earthquake energy pagka yung lindol gumalaw ng paganyan. Okay? Now, instead na yung column at yung beam ang mag-absorb ng earthquake energy, it is this rubber that will absorb the energy so that we can avoid damage in the column and the beam.
He emphasizes that old buildings would immediately collapse during strong earthquakes, such as the magnitude 7.2 Big One, if they were not installed with earthquake-proofing devices. Ramirez believes people should now focus on revisiting buildings and making them earthquake-proof. He argues, however, this is not stated in the National Building Code, which sets building standards in the country.
That's why everybody's telling us, come on, if there's an earthquake, takbo ka. O, diba? So bakit kailangan ganun? Why should not we design the building to protect us from hazard? Dapat lang naintindihan nila that with a new technology, hindi ito mahal. No, kasi minsan natatakot na kagad sa cost, hindi natatakot sa lindol. But after the lindol, nahihinayang sila sa building na nasira, no?
There are structures in the country, including a university, a hospital, and historical buildings that were undergoing earthquake proofing, he says. Hardin Delgado, UNTV News and Rescue, Manila.
Okay, this one is the use of dumpers. Some use term stiffeners. Some also make use of what you call base isolators. So these are techniques that can be used to retrofit buildings, especially the old ones. And as mentioned in the interview with Engineer Ramirez, you point out something about the building code. So, but I believe when I read a proposed amendment on that, the National Building Code, they're trying to also introduce not just green technologies, but also this disaster resilience technologies. So hopefully, I think it's also about time we look into our National Building Code. There are a lot of things that needs to be updated. So this a good example on how we do or prepare for an event like an earthquake in this case. So we was talking here about a building structure. So I think the point here as well is that there again is investment that is required from it, and people tend to think that it's huge or maybe a heavy comes to the budget. But we have to understand that if you look at the building structure work doing this retrofitting measures, even using carbon fibers, things like that, still it's a good investment, because if you look at the content of your building compared to the cost of the structure, the content of your building is much more valuable. Okay, that is something that people don't understand. Okay, let's start, of course, with the lives of people occupying the building. It's very valuable. Okay, not just that, the resources, the materials, the properties that you have inside the building, it's valuable. So maybe building owners should may look into that and rethink what is safety, or what are we what's the reason why we need to do this kind of preparations. Now moving on. Okay.
Where were you when the 1990 Luzon earthquake happened? When Typhoon Ondoy flooded Metro Manila in 2009? What if we can identify areas that are riskier to be where at when disaster strikes?
Hunting hazards? There's an app for that. Tara! Let's go hunting!
DOST does it again. Matapos i-launch ang Fault Finder app, nag-launch ang DOST ng bagong app, ang Hazard Hunter PH.
We have provided before content, of course, the georisk content, and then info.
Isinabay ang launching sa anibersaryo ng 1990 Luzon earthquake at bilang pagdiriwang din sa National Science and Technology Week at National Disaster Resilience Month. So how do we use the app? First, go to where the app is using a web browser. Enter the URL hazardhunter.georisk.gov.ph.
Paano ba gamitin ang Hazard Hunter app?
Pwede niyo po i-view yung mga hazards natin. Tapos meron po tayo exposure information from DepEd. Tapos pwede tayong mag-search ng location to use current location. Depende po ito dun sa device na gagamitin kung may GPS. Tapos yung search using coordinates po natin. Meron rin po tayong search button dito.
Halimbawa, gusto ko pong i-search yung risk assessment ng office ko. Ano ba? GMA Network Center.
Pwede po natin i-search dito from Google.
Ayun. Timog Avenue. So,
Ayan po. Pag lumabas na, click nyo lang po. Then mag-zoom in po siya kung nasan yung GMA. Then, para po makuha nyo yung assessment, i-double click lang. Ito po.
ito, opo, yan. Yung
Double
triangle na
click lang.
building yan.
Ayan. Tapos ito, see result lang
See
po.
result.
Then dito, makikita nyo na po siya. So, yung nearest active fault po natin, bibigay niya yung distance. Ang pinakamalapit po sa kanya yung West Valley Fault.
West Valley Fault sa Marikina.
Pwede niyo po siyang i-click, then lalabas na po yung PDF file na pwede niyo pong i-print.
Okay.
Nandun po yung mga explanation and recommendations.
Okay.
Sometimes it would take a day, 2 days, or 3 days. And if we take a day is equal to 86,400 seconds. But the hazards assessment app can give you all this information in less than a minute. Less than 15 seconds actually, which is 5,000 times more efficient than the current process.
How do you ensure that the citizens who contribute input?
Okay, that's the hazard map. I think it was recently launched by Feebox, and this is a very good prevention and preparation tool. Prevention in the sense that when you are buying a property, when you're thinking of buying a property, then you could look at the map and see what are the hazards, the risk, okay, involved in purchasing such property. So with that, of course, you have the option to do some kind of prevention or control, as well as, of course, preparation. So this is very useful. It comes to where we could develop, okay, our properties, and also what properties are vulnerable in the different natural disasters. Now, we also work with FIVOX in a number of projects. One is the development of an earthquake intensity monitoring system, and actually through this, we were able to develop the intensity meter of the main Usher or the Usher system. So here we Usher, or actually the main technologies, not just for buildings or infrastructures, but also when it comes to monitoring of earthquake, it could also be applied. Um, Now, I think I'm moving towards my presentation, focus on the Azure system. So it started with what you call the Smart Bridge project way back in 2016. So we were given a project site and actually started not with a building, but with with a bridge. Okay, so we have here the Padre Jacinto Zamora Bridge, wherein we installed the first prototype of the Azure system. And also, and this is also is ongoing as well. So we have the Philippine structural monitor integrity monitoring system, or philsims, and this project focus the installation of Azure system in at least 22 government buildings and 10 bridges in Metro Manila, and this is in support of the Oplan Metro Yakal Plaza program, that in the event of an earthquake that hits Metro Manila, so it's important to monitor, of course, government buildings, which we expect and hope to be able to stand uh, even after a strong earthquake, because of course we need still order and government governance after a big event, or the big one. And of course, our lifeline structures, that's why there are bridges, because it's important for us to see and to monitor, um, that ensure that because Metro Manila is divided into, I think, about four quadrants. So we need to make sure that we will be able to bring the needed response or help in those four quadrants. Okay, so that's the PhilSIMS project. And moving forward to the Universal Structural Health Evaluation Recording System, or USHR, we call it now USHR. So with this, we, from the project in 2016, that was actually conceptualized even earlier in 2015 because of the memorandum issued by the DPWH. So until now, we were able to develop it into a full structural health monitoring system. So let me now move to the presentation of the Azure system. So again, just a reminder, because earthquake doesn't happen every day or every month. Okay, so sometimes people tend to forget about the impact of a strong earthquake. So our country is located along the Pacific Ring of Fire, and I always tell our friends that I remember myself way back in 1990. I was about 11 years old during that time, uh, and I remember myself scared on our school ground, hope praying for the shaking to stop. And it was what you call the Great Luzon earthquake in July 16, 1990. And as you can see in the statistics here, many died, injured, and went missing. And also, of course, a lot of impact on damage or of properties. So this is a 7.8 magnitude earthquake. Okay, so it's very strong, and we're just with the estimates. We're looking at Metro Manila. We're just talking about 7.2. When if the West Valley Fault will move. So again, we've been continuously been reminded, and we joined that costs, and we will continuously remind people to prepare for the big one. The next big quake in Metro Manila may hit within our lifetime, because a strong earthquake, or what you call a big one, is imminent. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So the question is, are our building structures safe when the big one happens? Or are we going to be safe in our structures, in our buildings, when a big one happens? So that's the big question mark, especially now. There are a lot of condominium units. It's full of people because, of course, of the pandemic. But again, things are getting somehow better, and soon we will go back to our workplace. And again, the same question: are we going to be safe in our buildings when a big one happens? Because it's imminent. It's not a matter of if. It's just a matter of when. And of course, again, reminding people that a strong earthquake, the threat of strong earthquake remains even when there is a pandemic. And of course, we hope and pray that it would not happen the same during this time of pandemic. uh, and yeah, so but of course, it's still important for us to be prepared. um, these are just statistics that I would like to share. So this on the cost of damage due to what you call natural disasters. This is from 2009 to 2019, and that amounts to 1.4 trillion. That's dollars. Okay, 1.4 trillion dollars. Now, for extreme weather, that's about 39% of it. Then earthquake, 26%, and flood, 25%. So these are the very destructive natural disasters. Extreme weather, typhoon. So we have a lot of that every year. Earthquake, okay, and flooding. And the cost of damage due to earthquake is at 362.45 billion pesos. So that's a huge amount. Now, that's why we cannot say that when we do preparation programs, when we do disaster prevention programs, it's expensive. Okay, because if you look at the data, it will be more expensive for us on our part, for government, when we do not do good preparation or mitigation programs. Now, just to show that this area, which we call structural health monitoring market, or area, structural health monitoring, has a huge need or market. It's about 7.94 billion, but the valuation in 2019. So you see, because of that huge impact, okay, because of the huge impact, then the need also would be related to that, and it is projected to go as high as 20.60 billion in 2027. And that because of the following, because of the need to do preparation on structural using structural monitoring system in our vertical, horizontal structures, okay, buildings, bridges, and as well as tunnels, sorry. um, um, we have one underground rail that I think it's already ongoing. The project's already ongoing. So the underground rail, and that also requires a structural health monitoring system. Okay, and of course, in terms of geography, there, aside from the area which we call Pacific Ring of Fire, there are other areas in the globe, or in the parts of the world, that is earthquake prone, and this requires not just the device but also the development of software. And just recently, actually, we came up with the hackathon competition in celebration of the National Disaster Resilience Month. So we are uh, um, in one with the country in our in helping people remind. I want to. Well, we celebrate because usually people say in celebration. Well, we celebrate that we're doing something on disaster risk reduction, but also it's more of a reminder for everyone. okay, that we need to do preparations and prevention programs. Okay, now in relation to the need for structural health monitoring, so local government units, this is just before the pandemic in March last year, 2020. So actually, the government was already gearing up, no, trying to beef up the programs in structural health or structural integrity. So here, LGU is given 90 days to assess structural integrity of buildings. No? So even government really knows that it's important for us to be able to survive and be able to save lives comes to when something big in disaster or like a big one, the earthquake would happen. So it's important for us to ensure integrity of our buildings. And with that, there's a joint memo circular between DTI, DILG, and DPWH. And here, the President directs DPWH, DTI, and DLG, the three agencies, to strictly implement the National Building Code and the National Structural Code of the Philippines. Okay. And in 2015, okay, the DPWH came out with this memo circular 1 series of 2015, and this is with regards to what you call the guidelines or the guidelines and implementing rules on earthquake recording instrumentation for buildings. So this is based on the National Structural Code, and of course we know that the National Structural Code is the reference code of the National Building Code when it comes to structural area structural engineering. Okay, now to briefly discuss what the memo is all about, what is this guidelines implementing rules on earthquake recording instrumentation for buildings. First, the mandatory installation of structural health monitoring system, or they call it earthquake recording instruments. Okay, but actually the thing that you would like to monitor is not actually the earthquake. Okay, FIVOX do that for us, and they have more sensitive and sophisticated equipment to do that. What the purpose or essence of this guidelines is really on the building structure. Okay, so we are interested on how the building perform with that given earth shaking, okay, or earthquake. Then of course we need to do constant monitoring. It's continuous monitoring because there are also other factors that might cause problems with our buildings. Like in one case that we investigated, it's about settlement, especially buildings, let's say in Manila, where the water table is high and foundations for all buildings are not that good. So there's a problem on settlement. So if I don't know if you remember that building that collapsed before, but there was no earthquake. If you have systems like structural monitoring, they should have already detected that earlier, and they would have saved the structure as well through retrofitting actions. Data retrieval interpretation is included, and data storage and archiving. So here we're moving towards technologies that wherein we generate data, okay, acquire data, and with this data we are able to come up or get important useful insights, okay, so we can uh, protect our property better, as well as of course the occupants. And this guidelines is true for school buildings, hospitals, commercial buildings like malls, government buildings, of course, and what else? Industrial buildings. On of course, it's also important with high-rise buildings. Okay, with all the guidelines or the guidelines with all the need for disaster risk reduction, when it comes to this requirement, unfortunately, since 2015, the compliance rate has been very low. So this is something that we really need to look into as well. Again, going back to the question, are we going to be safe in our buildings? So it's a duty for building owners, though of course when that guidelines came out, building owners reason out that it's the technology is so expensive and it's so it's sophisticated. They don't understand how to use it or what's the use of such system, and that's where we develop at Azure. That's how we develop our value proposition. So we really look into the need, the what you call the pain points, okay, the pains of building owners when it comes to to in satisfying this requirement, because many of course building owners and know the basic that it's important for people to be safe, no, including themselves inside their building. So it's just a matter of educating people, and that's one of the key elements that we included in our value proposition, education. And that's why every now and then we organize events, webinars, okay. I also talk or give talks like in this kind webinars. So because it's our duty also to, of course, make or give further explanation on this kind of technology. So with that, we came up with Azure system. It's a complete structural health monitoring system. It's locally made, but standards we satisfy is international. So this was tested in laboratory in the US for the seismic qualification. It is IBC certified. That IBC, that's International Building Code criteria, and also with the TUVSUD in Singapore for the other tests and certification that is required. So in the implementation of the ERI, based on the guidelines, as mentioned, it includes private and government buildings. So for private buildings, if you have hospitals with 50 bed capacity or more, for schools with 20 classrooms or more. So for PUP, I believe we have installed or we will be installing at least one unit of Azure through the PhilSIMS project there at PUP. And I believe Dr. Muhi sent already his request to add more units, and we of course will communicate that with the DPWH and the UST because they're the ones who funded the PhilSIMS project, so we can add more for the campuses of PUP. Because of course Dr. Muhi knows and understands the importance, being a civil engineer, of safety in our buildings. Commercial buildings with occupancy of at least 1,000 persons or a gross floor area of 10,000 square meters, and that is also same with what you call industrial buildings. So in this case, it requires the minimum of one ERI unit in the ground floor. This is based on the guidelines, but in the PhilSIMS project, and based on our studies, one unit that is just installed on the ground is not enough. So in the PhilSIMS project, we install at least two. So one in the ground floor, or if there's a basement, in the basement, and the other one is the floor before the roof. Okay, because we don't we just we do not just need, or yeah, we don't actually need the the ground acceleration in the case of low-rise building, but more of the measurements, especially in displacement on top. Okay, so that we can compare that. Okay, and come up determine the actual displacement, which of course it's monitored also via code. So that's actually more important because the one in the ground floor most probably just of course be same as what Fivox would if there's instrumentation would report. Now for government buildings, I think yeah, it's same. 50 bed capacities for hospitals and schools, 20 classrooms, but not needed for less than 3-story. But again, these are based on the guidelines. It depends on the building owner, on your assessment, okay, on your responsibility, how you take safety as an important factor, okay, then uh, you may, even if you have a small lower building, less story, then it's up to you. You may provide this kind of instrumentation. And of course, government buildings should have this in the first place because the guidelines came from government. Okay, so moving on. Now, for high-rise building, you need, based on the guidelines, we need at least three. So one in the ground floor, or the lowest basement, the middle floor, and the floor before the roof. So at least three for high-rise buildings. High-rise buildings here, again, is at least 50 meters. So 50 meters and above. Okay. So this is a typical diagram on the structural monitoring for high-rise building. What is added in the high-rise building is what you call a controller, because we need to consolidate data. That means connect all the three units, okay, from the ground floor, middle, and top floor, and consolidate that to what you call a Azure controller. Okay, so you can do, it could facilitate the assessment of the structure, especially after a strong earthquake. Okay, so just to explain briefly what the technology is about, you can understand because we tell people that Azure is the ECG of building. Okay, so if you recall your heart doctor analyze your heartbeat pattern and look for anomalies that would indicate that you have a heart problem. So in the same manner, our structural engineers look at the vibration data, perform at least what you call statistical pattern analysis, and we have other techniques now that we can use to determine if your structure was damaged or damage during or after a strong earthquake. This is very important because after an earthquake, the big question is it safe to go back? So currently, we do rapid visual inspection. And I think I've explained it before that rapid visual inspection, well, it's good, but it should not be enough because it's hard really to tell by just looking at the structure if it's still safe. Because we would like to prevent disaster after a strong earthquake when there is an occurrence of what you call aftershocks. So when someone says it's safe to go back, I don't really know how did you came up with that basis. Um, but without this system, it would be very hard and risky for property owners because if something happens after that, be due to our lack of compliance, then that's a big problem for the owner. So the structural health monitoring system, I said it's complete because aside from the sensor, we also have a web portal system that continuously monitors data and analyze data. And of course, to support mobility, we have the mobile application. Now, just to go through the three major components of the system. So the sensor is an advanced accelerometer. We're using the most advanced technology now, which is a micro electromechanical system or MEMS. And as mentioned, this is seismic qualified and certified under the International Building Code. And it has other features like GPS module. It's FDAS and PA integration ready. So FDAS, that's for your fire protection or system, and public announcement because it's important that when an earthquake happens, you are able to communicate the situation. Okay, especially if there's no need for evacuation. It has a light warning system. This is well, it's quite familiar because it's like a traffic light. But this is a very simple but effective way to communicate, especially after an earthquake, and especially for those buildings who doesn't have necessarily a structural engineer at all times. So, well, if the green turns on, then there's a low seismic activity. Well, because our sensors are very sensitive, then that would might frequently turn on. Now, some building owners they like to turn that off because it somehow give uh, well, it's also good because there's something, or there's some factor, or there's something that affects your building. But anyway, the orange light turns on when there's a need for evacuation. That means the protocol, looking at the intensity protocol of your building, then you might need to do evacuation. Red would indicate emergency evacuation. That means your structure might probably suffered damage after a strong earthquake. So it's continuous monitoring 24/7. Okay, so um, and we're going to soon launch the new version of our device, hopefully in October, in celebration of the uh, International Disaster Resilience Day. Okay, yeah, usually it's in October 13 or 14. Okay, the Azure Web Portal, this is very useful because you can use this as an addition to your command center. There are very important features of the structural health monitoring module, or portal, and the modules that we have here. Um, we of course incorporated number of algorithms, okay, and we're moving towards the data analytics and AI technology for this. This is a screenshot. Again, this is the old UI for the web portal, but this is the new one. Okay, as you can see, it's on the map. So if you are taking care of a number of properties, let's say located in different parts of the country, then you can see and look into these properties on the map. You can look at records here, reports, daily or weekly. So if you're familiar with the app like Google Map, so it's kind of same. You are able to record the performance of your building or structure even without earthquake. Okay, so that again, as I mentioned a while ago, it's not earthquake is not and that happens when there's an earthquake. Let's say in a certain area, it alerts, give you notification, and imagine that you have this in your command center, so you can look at what is happening. Let's say certain part of the country, and you would also see how your buildings are affected. There are actually color coding here involved, so you know what exactly is happening. Then you have reports here, very important reports. So we don't just gather data or acquire data remotely, but also it's being analyzed, and we have developed a way to do this the needed analysis, and also be able for you to come up with a report. You can print the report and of course put that on record, or if there's a strong earthquake, then that is something that of course very will be very useful for your structural engineers to do analysis. Okay, the needed analysis. Okay, so the good thing about Azure system is that Azure has a report after every seismic event. So whether how strong it is, it provides you a report, and that's very good because it looks into the intensity of the earthquake, the structural thresholds. Okay, building performance before and after a seismic event. It has a way to compare the baseline data with the new data after an event, and also it monitors what you call resonance, serviceability. It comes to the drift values, especially for high-rise building, and you can also integrate what you call a rapid visual inspection result. So the rapid visual inspection or RVI, actually we develop also another app for that. But the good thing is if you use that app, then it can easily be sent to your web portal. So it will be included in the final report. And with that, you can come up with what you call a structural health index to summarize the result. And as I mentioned about the mobile application, it has a different kinds of module. Actually, this can be also used by citizens to get information about earthquake. But for The structural engineer, this is very important because you don't your especially your consultant, your structural engineering consultant might not be in your building all the time, but wherever he is, then he will be given or notified of an earthquake event, and he can access the data through this mobile application and can communicate with your managers or building or property managers after a strong earthquake. Okay, it is available in Google Play, but you may also download it in through our website at usher.ph. You can find a link there. Okay, just again, so just to share with you, so we since our operation in February 2020, just last year, so we were able to address needs of at least 13. I think this is no longer true. It's more than 13, and about 20 already private buildings, and there's more building owners are inquiring now, and hopefully they decide to pursue this resilience program. Also, the government buildings I mentioned through the PhilSIMS project and the bridges, these are ongoing. And through the years, as a sign or proof of quality, because we are very happy and proud in for the reason that it's the only locally made uh, structural health monitoring system in the market. So it's not just for the Usher team, but for the country. I think we've been recognized, not just Usher system, but the Filipino ingenuity in other countries. In CAFEO, this is the ASEAN Federation of Engineers, and also in the World Summit in Portugal. Portugal, where of course Magellan is a Portuguese, and we discovered the Philippines, and in that experience now they're discovering that they discover also about Filipino ingenuity, as you say. So that's why we are very happy at Asher for all the support provided to us by the Department of Science and Technology, Mapua, and also our other partners. Now, looking at the roadmap of Asher, we are now geared not just to stop on providing solutions for earthquake. Okay, we are now moving towards what you call a multi-hazard platform. Asher as a multi-hazard platform, not just for earthquake but also other hazards. Okay, looking at the typhoon event. Okay, especially like the effect of typhoon or wind load on high-rise buildings or what you call tall buildings, and also other disasters that we experience. So we're moving towards that, and hopefully, with the help of our partners, we're going to be able to achieve a level of international recognition and use of Asher as a Filipino-made multi-hazard disaster risk reduction platform. Now, let me just share with you because as in celebration or recognition of the Disaster Resilience Month, we are actually having we are conducting a number of events, and this is one of the events that will happen on July 23. We already had the hackathon competition and the pitch competition just recently. Now let me just share this with you. Okay, so last July 15, 17, we came up with the hackathon and the pitch competition. The hackathon competition was very exciting. You know why? Because aside from, of course, we have a lot of participants from different schools. Is that even structural engineers are very excited with the data that comes from the from structural monitoring systems, because it's only now that we are able to get this kind of data. So imagine that is 24/7 data, and we are getting 120 data points for every second. Okay, so if an earthquake happens, then you have that mass big amount, big data. So and the results of students in this hackathon was very promising. They're all very promising, and it's good because even students now are looking into what we can do with this data, or what tools can we develop, okay, using this data. And that is, of course, something to do again with improving our prevention and preparation programs. The pitch also is a competition wherein, of course, we would like to see how and what would the best way now of communicating disaster resilience, earthquake resilience nowadays. And of course, the last event that we will have is in July 23. So I would like also to invite the PUP community and our friends to join us in July 23. That is 9 to 12 noon. And we have prepared here a very good program and invited recognized people locally and international in the international scene. And this is also graced by Yusek Halad of the Undersecretary of the Office of Civil Defense and Executive Director of NDRRMC. So hope to see you guys there, and I'll just post on the chat box the link for the registration if you have the time on Friday, and of course we would like to attend. So with that, again, thank you very much to the PUP community, to Dr. Muhi for inviting me in this professorial chair program, and I hope that I was able to somehow share important insights when it comes to disaster risk reduction technology and the need for us to continuously do our preparation. And together, I invite everyone here that we continue to usher a safer and more resilient world. Thank you, and still a good morning.
Thank you, Sir Francis. Let's start the question and answer, sir. We have three questions as of this moment from Zoom. So, by the way, sir, how are you po?
Well, I'm doing good. How about you?
Yes, sir. Same as yours, sir. And we're hoping that we are all safe, especially in this trying times that we have this Delta
Yeah.
variant. So let's proceed with the question and answer, sir. So the first question will be from Dr. Philip Ermita. So will it be possible for a mandatory installation of the device specifically to high-rise infrastructure?
Yes, possibilities there in the sense that we need it. It's a matter of conviction and commitment. Two parts in the part of the government, since government came up with this requirement at first, no. So of course people would say, oh, government offices nga wala, 'di ba? Kami pa. So yun nga yun yung importante dito dapat tignan, dahil kung ang gobyerno yung gusto magpatupad nito, dapat maunang gobyerno na ipatupad ito sa sarili niyang mga properties. And they already started, no? It comes to this program, they came up with the issuance of the memorandum, and this came from DPWH. And people must remember that DPWH, the secretary, he handles what you call the building officials, no? The building officials are assigned or are in the different local government units. Kaya meron tayong OBO. Yung building official po na yan, siya po yung tumitingin sa compliance ng mga building owners sa ating National Structural Code. So kung sa importante na ipatupad yan ng building official sa bawat local government unit. Kasi kung mababa ang compliance, ibig sabihin may problema sa pagpapatupad. And I think DPWH has been requiring building officials to submit their annual report when it comes to compliance. Kasi nga ito kasi yung mga malinaw Kumbaga wala tayong pagtatalunan, even you talk to structural engineers, wala tayong pagtatalunan na hindi importante ito, hindi to kailangan. Nandyan yan, the availability is there, and I think government has done a lot, especially in, of course, it's not because I'm with Asher, but even if iba siguro yung nandito ngayon sa harapan nyo, but the thing is, the government believe that we need this. That's why through the Department of Science Technology, they supported the project and even commercialized, no? Kasi yung pag-commercialize kasi, that's the only way in the process that this would benefit other organizations, no? Hindi lang government but also the private organizations. Now, the other part is on the part of the private, the building owners, especially our developers. Okay? Ano na po yung ginagawa ng mga developers natin ngayon? But when we started, actually the the compliance rate is much lower, and building owners, also developers, are not that actually they don't even know that there is such guideline. But now in during this maybe quarter, we see significant increase on the awareness of building owners, and that's good. Kasi nga siguro masyado ring na ka-focus dun sa pandemic, which is kailangan naman talaga yun ang unahin. But now we see a significant amount of inquiries and move for even not just government but also private owners, developers, big developers who are interested in adopting this kind of technology, and that will be good for us. The more installation, the better for our preparation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's have the next question. I'm not sure, sir, kung kilala niyo po to, si Engineer Manny Bonggulto. So to date, has this device been installed in buildings within the 104 seismic stations spread across the Philippines?
Okay, when it comes to seismic stations, that's in the jurisdiction of the FIVOX, no? But I mentioned a while ago that we had this DAMES project, and when that was approved, the DAMES project, that was the intention to develop a locally made device, because napakamahal po talaga ng mga ito eh. Before Asher, the price of a unit could go as 3 million pesos. So ganun po ang per unit. Just to give you, this is also a good example why we need to develop locally made technologies. Okay, 3 million. Okay, when we started Asher, okay, 3 million yung mga, kasi puro imported products, okay, so foreign made. So ngayon, ang kwan na po nito, we were able to lower that, no, with other value inclusions in the package, kasi hindi lang naman to device eh. As you know, we also provide the web portal, the mobile app. We also provide other services, structural engineer investigation, etc. So we are now at 580,000. Okay, so imagine that. So 3 million to 580,000. So napakalaki po, di ba? Na ngayon, syempre, yung mga foreign made, kailangan bumaba din sila. So diyan yung makikita na kaya pala nilang bumaba, di ba? So kaya pala nilang ibaba. But before, they were 3 million, 2 million. That's the reason why we have very low compliance rate, kasi we have to help also the building owners, kasi this is additional burden on their part as well. Especially yung mga buildings na hindi naman ganun kalalaking developer ang in charge. So mahirapan talaga mag-comply kung biglang maglalabas ka ng 3 million, 1 million, di ba? Of course, safety is there. They know safety is important, but at At the end of the day, may economic consideration din kasi yan. So with that, no, we are able to lower the pricing now. And that's a good example why we need to develop our locally made technologies para mapababa natin presyo. Pag napababa natin ang presyo, mas maraming magkakabit, mas marami tayong safe buildings, safe infrastructures. Yun po ang pinaka-reason why Azure is existing, no, or existed. No? But nagkaroon po ng Azure. And I hope that this is a reminder and also motivation to our other researchers. No? Ilabas natin yung ating yung product ng ating research projects. Wag lang magtapos sa pagsusulat. Nagkuhan na rin ako, medyo napahinto na rin ako magsulat ng papers, no? Mag-collaborate na lang ngayon paminsan-minsan because I'm focusing on the deployment of this technology. It's a different feeling and satisfaction when you see your products, no, put into use or being used. Okay, in actual na yan, no, talagang ginagamit na. And lalo na pag lumilindol, nako, pag nagkakaroon kahit mga mahinang lindol, meron kasi kaming command center wherein of course we monitor and we communicate with the building owners that we are supporting. So it's a different kind of a level of satisfaction. So hopefully more and more researchers will go into and producing disaster risk reduction technologies. And if you want to collaborate with us, yes, please. As I mentioned, our research roadmap now doesn't just limit us on earthquake as disasters, but also other hazards. And we're happy to collaborate with other groups.
Okay, sir. Next question from Sir Albert Yanga. Will it be possible to adopt this technology also in a low-rise structure, such as residential and commercial buildings, since this is the vulnerable and high quantity?
Well, possible, yes, again. Yung possibility, nandyan naman lagi lahat yan kasi nandyan na yan, di ba? The technology is there. But of course, in terms of, you look at what you call the cost-benefit ratio or things like that, it might be low when it comes to residential. It might appear, but again, it depends on the person. Kasi sabi ko nga kanina, nabanggit ko, depende kasi kung titignan mo yung halaga ng structure mo, even if you do computation, you can do that. I've talked to a lot of structural engineers, mga big names in structural engineering. Compared, no, parang 1/3 lang yan nung cost ng buong building mo. Okay, and a big chunk of that, okay, yung value ng building mo are on what it is contained in your structure, in your building. So, hindi pa industrial yan. Pag industrial pinag-usapan natin, imagine the amount of products that are there, di ba? So, if mag-collapse yun, sira din, di ba, lahat yun, no? Mawawala lahat yun. So, it's a matter of perspective, a matter of how you value safety. So, if you say possibility, well, it's up to the person kasi if you believe that the content of your building is more than the price of this device, no, yung investment is compared to it malayo, then you may have it. Okay, you may have it. But again, actually that's something that we would like to launch soon. So well, I'm not sure if this year, but most likely next year in July, because every July we have our event. So we might come up with what you call a smaller version of this. Because the version that we have now is what you call, kumbaga sa one is industrial, kumbaga industrial grade. So kaya talagang yung specifications, talagang mabigat yung specifications. Nakita nyo nga po, sa abroad pa po ito pinapa-certify kasi wala tayong laboratory dito na who can do it, the certification. So mataas yung requirements. Now for housing kasi, mga residential, we're studying now ano ba yung kailangan lang na specification. Of course, the list is it can provide you intensity, no? But we can already do that using our app. You just download our app. We can provide the intensity in a certain location as long as there's Azure there. So kung pag maraming Azure na nakakabit in the future, we will be able to help Feebox provide that instrumentation for all by just using your mobile application. So kaya nating magagawa natin yon. And also, we're hoping really to develop a good mesh network, no, of Azure. Kasi it's mesh network and ready to eh. Ibig sabihin tayo mag-usap ng mga device na there's of course a radius for that. So but anyway, even without that, through internet, we can also have a possibility of coming up with a mesh network so that we can have what you call an early warning system. Okay, an early warning system. Actually, we're studying that now. Every time there's a seismic activity, we're actually doing some analysis to determine how the current mesh network is performing. Because of course, these are just few seconds. If you look at the West Valley Fault, if earthquake propagates for about what 7 kilometers per second, mga ganyan. So mabilis no? Kasi inland no? So but still seconds yan. 3-4 seconds if sasabihin sa inyo ng mga sa disaster risk reduction programs na, that's important, di ba? 3 to 4 seconds is enough for you to shut down, let's say, a train, no? Di ba? A train or yung power natin. Kasi pag lumindol yan, umabot sa yung shaking na malakas, no? That will be more devastating pag ma-derail yan, di ba? So, yung ganung bagay, importante. Kaya nga, we always tell people na, Azure, so say is a commercial product, but at the end of the day, this is locally made. And what makes it good to patronize it is that it's locally made. When we develop it, like in other products, locally, or the country will benefit from it in the long term.
Okay, sir. May question lang ako, sir. Is this only applicable for vertical structures? How about yung mga horizontal structures like?
Yeah. Well, the technology is not just for buildings. Kanina po, no, meron din tayo bridges, no. We are working with DPWH for the installation of Azure for 10 bridges in Metro Manila. Kasi lifeline structure natin 'yan. Pag nagkaroon ng lindol, may importante na hindi masira yung mga importanteng bridges so that we can move things and response or aid no to the different areas in Metro Manila pag nagkaroon ng malaking tinatawag na big one. So bridges, yes, actually all infrastructures, dam, so meron na rin tayong mga communication with mga dam managers or on operators on the use of this. It's important because critical yan yung mga dams natin. So and any structure that is sensitive or would be affected by what you call earthquake and other those factors that creates vibration. Okay? So ang isa diyan, for example, yung rail, yung underground rail. So we're working with a group now. Hopefully it will materialize. So they're working, they're the ones constructing this underground rail. Kasi nasa ilalim po yan, di ba? Nasa ilalim. Dadaan yan sa taas ng mga bahay, mga structure natin. Okay? Nasa ilalim, dadaan yan. Okay? In other countries or states, sabi na natin, like California, requirement itong ganitong system. No? Kasi basta may construction ka, kahit hindi underground rail, kahit building lang yan, lalo na pag during foundation works, it's important then to do installation. Kasi gusto nilang malaman, ma-monitor if your activity, the construction activity affects the existing structures. Okay? And how it affects existing structures. And of course, yan na rin yung magiging basis no pag nagkaroon ng mga civil cases diyan no or kung may mamatay or may ma-disgrasya importante rin yan kasi kailangan alam natin na it was caused by the construction activity, let's say pile driving, no? Nagpa-pile ng drive, no? Malakas nun, di ba? Pag nakakita na kayo.
Yes,
so,
sir.
It affects the surrounding. Okay, if there's a building there, an old structure, and actually that already happened, no? Mostly in the city of Manila, lalo na yung mga foundation ng mga lumang structure doon, mabababaw, di ba? Isolated, mat foundation, di ba? Mababaw, malambot yung lupa. So, magkaroon ng vibration ng konti, magkaroon settlement. Ang settlement sa structural engineering, hindi po kahit milimetro yan, okay lang, hindi o gano'n, no? Yun nga, milimetro lang, it affects it so malaki yung effect no sa structural integrity. So any of our infrastructures can be we can do installation of this for what you call structural health monitoring system. So maraming applications na pwede nating tignan. Even even the basic principle of yung vibration analytics, di ba? Kaya nga sabi ko kanina, hindi lang to sa earthquake. Later on, though of course may mga projects na before, but we can do advancement as well from those projects. Landslide, di ba? Landslide also. You can use this technology to improve your landslide monitoring prediction system. So,
because sir, I believe that we are a lot of railway systems are elevated, so I think the monitoring of that will be, I mean, that's very important kasi if if the, let's say, the viaducts are not monitored, I think that will cause derailment, and that will cause a not necessarily fatal accident, but it may lead to that. So I think the health of the structures or the viaducts of our new railway lines should also have this.
Another reason why we also need monitoring is not just actually about the event of natural or a hazard, no. Actually, another reason why, been telling people, is because of construction in the Philippines. Okay, I'm sure your design is very good. Okay, our structural engineers are very good. They follow the structural code of the Philippines. Meron nga tayong structural code di ba? Yung pala makikita mo na magaling, di ba? But what the problem comes in pagdating po ng tinatawag na construction. Okay? And I know people would easily understand that. Di ba? Pagdating kasi ng construction, maraming variables. Okay? Yung methods, di ba? Yung ginagamit. Okay? Yung materials, di ba? Meron pa tayong mga kwan dyan about mga bakal, di ba? May mga kwan daw, substandard na bakal na ginagamit. Doon pa lang, di ba? How would you see that when it's already constructed, di ba? So, yung variables kasi ng construction, yun yung hindi natin totally ma-monitor in the process. And also, another point is that the construction industry, so it's an industry, so it has a product, infrastructures, di ba? So yung ibang industry natin, di ba? Kahit basket lang yan, di ba? O handicraft, di ba? Or advanced like a cell phone, meron yang way, di ba? May test yan, di ba? May nagkukan ka pa nga, di ba? Nag-random ka pa. Kumukuha ka, nag-random test ka. Yung cellphone, may drop test pa, di ba? Bababagsakin mo in a certain height just to prove the quality and safety. Things like that. But as a building, once it's constructed, di ba? Anong ginagawa? Checklist. Yeah, sama mo yung may-ari, mag-checklist kayo. Visual na naman, di ba? So tingnan nyo lang lahat. Alam nyo naman, ang daling maganda itsura, pero baka mamay ampaw pala sa loob, di ba? You would know that. So, but how can you do that for the entire structures? The entire structure, it's difficult, and that's reality. It's difficult. So, yan yung industry na mahirap gawa ng sistema on how to properly, di ba, accept yung work. Well, you just trust, of course, based on quality assurance, control documentation, di ba? May nagkumukuha tayo ng sample ng materials, ng concrete, di ba? Pag nagpo-pouring tayo. So, yun ang nagiging kwan lang natin. But again, that's part by part, not the whole. Okay? Not the whole building. Ano ang gagawin mo? Antayin nating lumindol, di ba? Pag nagkaroon ng earthquake, lalo na kung malakas, if it withstand it, walang problem, then that gives you certain kind of assurance, di ba? But again, ang effect ng lindol, hindi naman minsanan lang yan, di ba? It happens every now and then. So merong deterioration pa rin yan, no? In time. Kaya isa rin sa tinitingnan namin sa data, maganda rin tingnan yung aging ng structures in relation to materials, the framing and other factors na pwedeng tingnan. So this is actually very exciting. The data is very exciting. So if there are people there, groups who would like to work with us. We cannot do everything in Azure. We're just a small startup. Though we have an R&D unit composed of 2 people. Okay? But it's important for us, yung R&D, kaya nilagay pa rin namin. So it's important for us to collaborate and work with other organizations.
Actually, sir, may tanong sana regarding sa safety of the building, but you have already discussed it, and I think that answers the question already, sir. And yeah, and according to Engineer Manny Bongulto, the variables that you mentioned are considered as the factor of safety included in the design process, and that's really good, sir. And what are the hopes that you have for tech-related modifications that would perhaps make existence higher in the coming years? So that's question from Sir Enrique Picardal Jr.
Okay, can you repeat that again just to make sure I got it right?
Okay,
Sorry.
so what hopes do you have for tech-related modifications that would perhaps make existence higher in the coming years?
Okay, maybe well, I'm assuming that, of course, about Azure. Okay, what modifications and so. Well, one of course is because we would like to. It's our in our vision. You know, no, our vision is um, at Azure is that we will be able to bring uh, safety and resilience, no, to every community. Okay, so that is to assure better safety and resilience in every community. That's our vision. Okay, so we just came up with the vision early this year, because it is important for us to be reminded that Azure exists because we would like to assure or to bring forth better safety and resilience in every community. And this doesn't stop us by just looking at earthquake, okay, but also other hazards that we need to address, especially in the in our situation, in the circumstances of our country, in the Philippines, na sabi nga, di ba, tayo yatang top 1 sa pagdating sa disaster sa buong mundo. So, well, sometimes na ginagawa biro, but also it's also a reminder for us to that this is an important area or thing that we need to look into. So for us, we will continue to do R&D because it's important. Azure is not existing because of business, and that's the primary motivation sa amin, no. So it's really and its beginnings, malinaw naman yung beginnings. We did not go in another country, we look for a product, then daling ko dito, then benta ko. Diba? Hindi. This came from a research activity from a university, and of course, I know a lot of you here are from the university, and alam nyo naman kung gaano lang ang kababawan ng ating kaligayahan pagdating, di ba, sa mga academicians, di ba? Ma-recognize ka lang, bigyan ka lang ng certificate, masayang-masaya na tayo. Kaya yun, yun yung masasabi ko na the existence of Azure is beyond the business or commercialization, but really to bring forth disaster resilience, no. It's just Filipino made, no, Filipino in origin. Yun ang importante na kino-communicate namin, and hopefully it becomes motivation also to others, because this is just one area. There are a lot of things that we need to address as Filipinos, as a country. So importante na tingnan natin yan. And overall, it's sustainability, about sustainability, and about being not dependent, no, which is matagal na to, but sa totoo lang, even in our experience, nandiyan pa rin yung tinatawag na colonial mentality, no? Minsan pag Filipino made, sabihin less quality. May certification na nga tayo, di ba? Ang government ba magpopondo diyan kung hindi naman mabuti yung ginagawa natin, di ba? So unfortunately, that's a reality. So ang sabi namin, it's not enough na we say we're Filipino made, but we will continuously develop the technology. We continuously to work hard and do modifications, improvements, innovation, every year. That's our target. Every year, we submit a patent application or utility model application to IPOFIL. That's the R&D, our R&D units uh, objective every year. So requirement namin yon. So dapat may submit sila. Meaning that we intend to continuously improve it. No, we don't stop with sales. No, it's not enough about sales and recognitions, but we have to continuously develop our local technology.
Sir, should the government be the one to fund this installation on all buildings, since we know that the data that you're getting from the equipment that you have is necessary for us to, let's say, to have this adherent, I mean, policies, standards, or design spectra that will be used in the future by structural designers, for us to have a earthquake resilient structures. So, what do you think, sir? Should it be the government to fund this installation?
Yeah. Yes. Especially when it comes to government, the government buildings, because of course, government, as I mentioned nga kanina, they should take the lead, di ba? If we want all private buildings or many private owned buildings comply with this requirement, well, government will have to also start, okay, requiring all their building managers, or depends on what level, the national level, the local level, no, to implement the requirement. And the way to implement that is to first show. Actually, there's one, if I just may, there's one or a number of local government units who already started procuring this system. Okay, and that's a good start. Okay, kasi of course, when by the time they say, oh, lahat kayo required, they can say that, oh, sila meron sila sa buildings nila. So that's a good way to do it naman talaga. So sila muna may pakita nila so that they can also show those building owners. So you want to see the system, or you look at the system, it's there and installed, diba? And they can talk more they can discuss it further, kasi ang problema rin ngayon, that's why we are also working with the PABO, with CIMEAP. These are the building officials and city engineers organizations. Kasi sa totoo lang, marami po sa kanila hindi alam ano yung structural health monitoring, hindi nga nila alam na may guidelines. Well, that's a problem, no. Hindi nila alam. So kaya isa sa strategy talaga ng Azure, we don't necessarily start na selling, no, yung selling kaagad ganyan. Well, it's part of an entity like Azure now. But what we do, we start with a webinar, okay, or a presentation, trying to discuss to them first, no, ano bang disaster risk reduction, all those basics, no. Because it's important, kasi you cannot get commitment, you cannot compel them, di ba, if they don't understand really the importance of it and how such technology works. Kasi sa kanila, pag structural monitoring, earthquake recording instrument, parang very foreign, and di ba FIVOX lang yan. Minsan ganun eh. So hindi nila naintindihan. Kaya yeah, government should reinforce that, and I think there are moves to include that in the building code. There are moves to improve or revise the guidelines for improvement. So kasi dun sa guidelines, building lang eh. So we are also working DPWH to include other critical infra like bridges, no? Kaya dun sa PhilSIMS project, kasama po mayroong bridges para demonstration projects po kasi yung mga yon.
Yes, sir. So I think that's a good info that the some of the government, or I think, sir, local government, right? So
Well, local and
national.
government. Yeah, but most of the structures or buildings naman are being managed by the Department of Public Works and Highways din eh.
Ayan.
even national government yung nag-occupy. So sila naman, no, yung local government siyempre sa kanya-kanyang kanya, no, jurisdiction.
Yes, sir. So we have a question, but I think this is the last question from
Okay, sige.
Facebook Live, sir. I know we are already over time, and it's a very good discussion, sir. No, and since we are all not really prepared with the pandemic situation, what are the changes and impacts in planning, action planning, and execution of this? I think with regards to the installation and so on. And what are the top priorities to do also in planning and its most development?
Yes, this is actually a wake up call for us, no. This pandemic, no. Well, it's not the focus of my topic now, but this pandemic just shows us that we have a great challenge ahead of us, no, or in the future. Um, well, the pandemic, sabi nila, di ba, yung COVID-19, nandyan na yan, no? Hindi na mawawala yan. So that's why we are asked to, of course, be vaccinated. But there could be another one soon, di ba? The probability is very high, no? Especially nowadays, there are possibilities that it can be engineered, di ba? So yun ang problem, no? And for country like the Philippines, nakita natin in this pandemic. Yun ang problema eh. Pag nangyari na, doon lang natin na-realize. So parang kulang pa talaga tayo sa paging proactive, no? Like in this pandemic, of course, with due respect to, of course, the Department of Health, and so, because of course they were just limited with the funding and the resources that they have. Pero malinaw na kulang tayo sa preparation, di ba? Kaya yun nga, buti meron ng virology institute, or di ba, may ganyan na pinag-uusapan.
Yes,
and that's very good, no? Kasi magaling yung ating secretary ngayon, si Secretary De La Peña. He is really, of course, very, very no? Alam niya kung being a career officer of the DOST, kabisado niya yung proseso diyan and what really needs to look into. And that's good, no? Pero nakita natin, especially during the start of the pandemic nung nag-umpisa na, we're so sort of like so helpless. And that's the same feeling that I think I mentioned a while ago when during the 1990 earthquake, and I was still I'm just giving an analogy or connection to the pandemic now, but it's like the same thing. You're small, you're a kid, and an earthquake happens, and you're just so scared, diba? You're just so scared, and yung nga sabi ko, I was just hoping for it to stop, diba? Okay. Of course, I remember also praying, no, during that time, because it was scary. It was a strong earthquake, and you don't know what will happen. It's like the world will just explode or something like that. So it's the same feeling, no? But yun, sabi ko nga, it's our hope that with Asher now, or with technologies that we have now, we will be more prepared next time. Kaya yun yung parang battle cry namin sa Asher. We always say it's a race, no? With time. Kasi nga, it's not a matter of if, di ba? It's a matter of when. It will happen. Okay? It will happen. Hindi ako si Nostradamus or kwan, but even scientists already telling us, di ba? It's a given thing na it will happen. But the problem is, how are we preparing? Okay? Now, with the experience of the pandemic, hopefully, we will do a lot of programs, and I think the government started now to be prepared for the next pandemic. Diba? Whatever is that kind of pandemic that will happen again, or what will happen in the future. Okay? In the same manner, yun din, no? Earthquake. If we talk about earthquake, it will happen. So the question again is, are we doing enough? Are we doing enough? Magaling tayong gumawa ng batas, ng requirements pero pagdating sa, di ba? As simple as fire extinguisher, minsan wala pa nga, di ba? So imagine system like this, di ba? So what do we expect? But still, of course, we have to continue fighting for that advocacy, di ba? We have to continue doing our part. And hopefully we achieve a good level or dapat excellent level of preparation. Because if we are more prepared, as I said kanina, if we have good preparation, di ba? May sinasabi yung isang kilala ko, no? Poor preparation, baliktad. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Okay? Mga PPPP yan eh. So ganun nga, if we have proper preparation, then that means we will be better. We will stand better this threat of a big one, because we are safe in our structures, okay, because that should be the case, no? Hindi yung sabi nga tumatakbo ka palabas, baka doon ka pa madisgrasya sa pagtakbo, di ba? That's true, di ba? So but yun nga, because unconsciously wala tayong tiwala sa ating mga structures, yun kaya ganun ang reactions natin. So yeah, we have to do a lot more of preparation, and government, of course, will have to take the lead, and the private sector will have to follow.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Actually, we are receiving a lot of questions, but I think due to time restrictions, we will just compile it and most probably will send it to you, sir.
Yes, just please send it to me. Then if you can send the email, then I can also email back to who asked the question. If there are any inquiries, you can just email me. I'll just put my email there in the chat box. I already, I think I already put we already have here the link for the registration for the webinar on Friday. So I'm inviting the PUP community, our friends here, to join us. No. In our webinar on Friday. It's exciting because there are not just local perspective but also global perspective. So mayroon tayong mga foreign lecturers then we can also learn from them kasi sa ibang countries talaga as usual medyo advanced na rin sila when it comes to the application of structural health monitoring.
Okay, sir. We would like to reiterate or we would like to invite our participants here in Zoom and Facebook on the webinar on Azure Technologies. And sir, we would like to thank the Azure Technologies because we're excited. No, the PUP community is excited to install the Azure Airy Max. I was just informed that it will be installed in 20 buildings in PUP. And
wow.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And that's a good thing because we in PUP are really concerned on the structural health of our buildings.
Yeah, we hope to do that. We hope to be of service to PUP and all other schools. Kasi may programa rin kami na safe schools. Especially we're in the academe. We understand the importance that our students are safe. Lalo na pag nag-earthquake drill kayo, di ba? So you can feel that, no? That we really need to do all the needed preparation. And again, given that you have a president who is a civil engineer, di ba? He knows best about what the importance of structural integrity.
Yes, sir. And we would like to thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation to be one of the professorial chairholder and to award the certificate of recognition. May we call on the Dean of the College of Engineering of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Remedios G. Ado. Good morning, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Aldrine. So in behalf of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, this certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Francis Aldrine Uy in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the Science, Engineering, and Technology Professorial Chair Lecture Series 2021 with the topic Azure Structural Health Monitoring System, an Advanced Disaster Risk Reduction Technology, given this 20th day of July at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines main campus, Santa Mesa, Manila. Signed, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, University President. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much again to the whole of PUP community. And I hope that we'll be invited again soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francis Uy. And may we request for a photo opportunity with our speaker. So may we request our participants to open their camera.
Okay, you have a lot of participants here, sir.
Yes, sir. We are on 232, and we also have FB Live participants. So is that our technical is ready? Okay, ready? Smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. How many pages more? Okay, 4 pages. 1, 2, 3. Last 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, we're done. Technical. Okay. Thank you. So we would like to thank you, Dr. Francis Uy, for accepting our invitation, and we hope that we can invite you soon on our future endeavors.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat at magandang araw po.
Okay, so this has been the first part of the first day of the Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series. So we'll be back at 1 o'clock p.m. for our next 2 Professorial Chairholder lectures. Okay, so let's have a a good lunch first before we proceed with our next 2 lecturers. Okay, so thank you very much and see you at 1 o'clock p.m. Thank you.
so caught up inside ourselves. We think that we should give. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and every day we hope for what we still can't see. It's up to us to be the change, and even though we all can still do more, there's so much to be thankful for. Beyond ourselves, there's so much sorrow. This way to say alright tomorrow. Each of us must find our groove. It's all overdue. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and every day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to be the change, and even though we all can still do more, there's so much to be thankful for. Even with our differences, there is a place where we're all connected. Each of us can find each other's side. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and on this day we hope for what we still can see. It's up to us to be the change, and even though this world needs so much more, there's so much to be thankful. There's so much to be thankful for. You will set us that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a Show me your splendid. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can, just call me, because you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a red.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now resume our Professorial Chairholder lecture series. Before that, let me remind everyone of our virtual conference guidelines. Please mute your audio by clicking the button found at the bottom of your screen. Also, for the duration of each session, participants are encouraged to turn on their video and ask questions. Use the chat box to address your questions or concerns. And please use raise hand feature to raise questions and or clarifications during the open forum. During the program, please use the speaker view and keep your video on. In the case you get disconnected, simply click the provided webinar link again. Also, questions and clarifications will be entertained after the presentation. You may use the chat box for the facilitators to note them, state your name and institution, and ask questions concisely. Comments that will benefit others are most welcome. Provide feedback, help us improve our online events to better understand your needs and preferences. For our registered participants who are on Facebook, make sure that you have answered the survey feedback to ensure that you will receive an e-certificate. Whenever disconnected in the Zoom meeting, please log in again using the link, or you may join us at facebook.com/PUP Alumni Official. Let me introduce our next Professorial Chairholder. Our next Professorial Chairholder lecturer for today is a geologist having obtained a BS Geology degree from the University of the Philippines. He finished his Master of Science in Geological Sciences from the University of Illinois at Chicago and his PhD in Earth Sciences from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego. He has worked with the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, or PHIVOLCS, since 1984 and became its director in 2003 up to February 2017. He was appointed Undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology for Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change and assigned as officer in charge of PHIVOLCS since March 2017. He was appointed Undersecretary for Scientific and Technical Services of DOST in October 2019. He has been designated as a commissioner for UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines Department of Foreign Affairs from 2017 up to present. He also serves as a member of the Global Assessment Report Advisory Board of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction from 2020 to 2022. In recognition of his contributions to disaster risk reduction in the Philippines, Dr. Solidum has been awarded the Presidential Citation for Public Service, the Presidential Lingkod Bayan for Civil Servant Award by the Civil Service Commission, the Professional of the Year in the Field of Geology by the Professional Regulations Commission, the Excellence Award for Government Service by the Philippine Federation of Professional Associations, and the Presidential Career Executive Service Award by the Career Executive Service Board. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to talk about extreme natural hazards, risks, and societal implications in the Philippines. Let us welcome the Undersecretary of the Department of Science and Technology and Officer in Charge of Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Dr. Renato Solidum Jr. Sir?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just put it in the presentation mode. Well, good afternoon. I think my topic is very relevant, related to the context of what we have this afternoon. I'm in Quezon City and my backdrop is inclement weather, strong rain. But I will talk about certain hazards that we really should worry about. And these are the extreme natural hazards, their impacts, and its implication in our society in the Philippines. As we all know, the Philippines is prone to many natural hazards. These can be related to weather and climate events, the hydrometeorological hazards that would include strong wind, storm surges or high waves in the coastal area. Heavy rains can trigger floods and landslides. These are more frequent than the geophysical hazards. But geophysical hazards, when they do occur, can really devastate a wide area and cause physical damage to many structures. We are prone to many large earthquake events, volcanic eruptions, and even tsunami. However, we also need to prepare for a global problem, and that is climate change. Climate change has been occurring throughout Earth's history because of the natural variability of how the Earth would revolve around the sun, how the Earth would rotate around its axis, or its axis being tilted closer to the sun from time to time. There is also natural variation due to changes in the solar radiation, or the energy coming from the sun to the surface of the Earth. Coupled with that would be changes in the greenhouse gases that can actually trap the reflected or the re-radiated heat from the surface of the Earth back into space. However, sometimes greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide would have more concentration during certain times or periods of our history. And that can occur, for example, during large-scale volcanism, meaning more volcanoes erupting and putting in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, or since the 18th century, because we started to burn fossil fuels, then we saw the increase in greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. And these greenhouse gases essentially trap more of the radiated heat from the surface of the Earth, and less heat escapes back into space. And that is a real problem. And if you look at the evidence of changing climate using carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and this can be measured by getting the concentration of trapped air inside ice cores, where the ice layers can be counted every year, then we can say that indeed, during, for example, the last 400,000 years, carbon dioxide as a proxy of the temperature of the Earth has changed. The higher carbon dioxide would mean warmer temperature, and the lower carbon dioxide would mean cooler temperature. So in the past 400,000 years, we can see at least 5 cycles of warming and cooling. And the last ice age, for example, was 20,000 years ago. If there is no contribution from man, we can expect that the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere would be around 280 parts per million, or less than 300 parts per million. But starting 20,000 years ago, because of the natural variation, our Earth is into the global warming stage anyway. However, since the 1800s, fossil fuel burning has caused a dramatic rise in carbon dioxide. In the graph, it is around 375 parts per million, but this was long ago. And currently, based on measurement, our carbon dioxide in the atmosphere based in the Mauna Loa Observatory is around 420 parts per million. Indeed, man has caused the further increase of the temperature of the globe because of greenhouse gases. If we talk about life-threatening effects of the various natural processes that occur on Earth, and even the climate change effects, hazards vary in nature. It can vary in terms of scale or magnitude, from small to large. Some hazards have different onset, slow onset, sometimes very rapid. We can consider climate change as a creeping or slow onset, and earthquakes as a rapid onset events. Hazards can occur as a single hazard, or it can occur simultaneously. For example, fire can just be one, or landslide, but landslides can happen during heavy rains, and this can be accompanied in some areas by flooding or by strong wind. And for earthquake, we can have many hazards like surface faulting, ground shaking, and many others. But ground shaking in large earthquake events can cause cascading hazards. Strong shaking can cause collapses of houses and buildings, can cause soft ground to liquefy, can cause steep slopes to slide, and can even cause fire. So when we talk about events like earthquakes or tropical cyclones, then we need to look into multiple and cascading hazards. The other important factor in hazards is that it causes different impacts, different types of impacts. Some are physical, some can be just by burying something, or areas getting wet like floods, or it can vary in terms of severity. And sometimes because of the scale of the hazard, then the duration of the disaster can be quite long because recovery is low. So when we want to prepare for these different hazards, we need to think of these various factors. Of course, I think we are ready for many hazard events, but perhaps in a smaller to moderate scale hazard. What we need to look into would be our preparedness and our risk reduction capacities in terms of extreme events. And these extreme events are either large magnitude events, like, for example, a magnitude 8 earthquake or greater than magnitude 7 earthquake, or super typhoon like Yolanda, or perhaps events that lead to disasters. So large scale or large magnitude hazards obviously would be less in frequency than other hazards, so the probability of its occurrence will be lower. But other hazards, even low, can lead to disasters, or even those frequently occurring hazards can lead to disasters depending on the exposure of the society, number of people, number of structures. So any hazard that can lead to damage which is significantly high can also be considered an extreme event. So I will focus on this extreme events. And to show you some of what has happened so far, I will cite some extreme events that have happened in the Philippines. For example, the 2009 tropical cyclone Ondoy, which dumped more than a month of rain in less than 1 day. And it affected 4.9 million people. It caused 464 dead, damages of around 11 billion. And in terms of the educational sector, it damaged more than 1,300 school buildings. And of course, the societal interruption that this tropical cyclone has caused would really affect other operations and businesses. For example, I myself was trapped at the Naiya airport for several hours, and I cannot go home for several days because the road leading to my house in Cainta, Rizal was flooded. So this is an example of an extreme event. Another extreme event would be the Super Typhoon Yolanda or Tropical Cyclone Kitsana in 2013, where we saw many houses and structures damaged due to strong wind, but most importantly, those near the coast were affected by storm surges, sometimes as high as 5 meters. A famous scene would be a ship pushed further inland. And this really affected 16 million people, at least 6,000 deaths and more than 1,000 people missing, and really cost 95 billion pesos of damages. Really a lot. A smaller scale event, but of significant impact, would be the 2006 Ginsaugan landslide in southern Leyte. The landslide was caused by the intertropical convergence zone, where it triggered heavy rains for around 10 days, and a moderate or minor earthquake event, really causing the already saturated slope to fail. And close to 1,300 people died or assumed dead because they are still missing. And the whole village of, almost the whole village of Ginsaugan was buried in an instance. This is an example of an extreme event, which is a combination of both a rainfall and an earthquake. And this can be a preview of what can happen because of global warming as slopes become wet And since the Philippines is an earthquake-prone country, then we expect more landslides to happen. So later on in my presentation, I will talk about extreme events that are projected because of climate change. In terms of other geophysical events, we take note of the 1976 magnitude 8.1 earthquake in the Moro Gulf in the Celebes Sea and the tsunami it caused. Magnitude 8.1 is really a very strong earthquake. It occurred past midnight with an intensity 7 or intensity 8 shaking. And this caused a tsunami as high as 9 meters, the first wave arriving 2 to 5 minutes after the main shock. And this flooded or inundated inland for around 2 kilometers. Around 8,000 people died, 90,000 people were rendered homeless. And back then, the damage would be around 400 million pesos. More recently, we had the magnitude 7.8 Luzon earthquake, which affected Central Luzon, the Cordilleras, and even shook southern Tagalog. Around 1,280 people died. This injured around 2,700 people, and close to 100,000 houses were damaged. Come to think of it, if the epicenter of the earthquake, which was in Rizal, Nueva Ecija, an unpopulated area, would occur in an urbanized setting, then most likely the death and casualty and the damage would have been quite high. Almost a year after the event in 1990, Mount Pinatubo in Central Luzon erupted. This was the third largest eruption in the 20th century. It exposed 1 million people to the effects of the eruption. Because of the appropriate warning and evacuation, around less than 300 people died because of the eruption, many from roof collapses. But because of the ensuing volcanic debris flows or lahars, a total of around 850 people died from the eruption and from the ensuing lahars. More than 100,000 houses were damaged, many of which were buried by lahars. And the effect of the Pinatubo eruption was quite felt all over the world, as the sulfur dioxide aerosol, which reached the stratospheric levels, blocked the rays of the sun and heated the stratosphere but cooled the lower part of the atmosphere. So we enjoyed a little bit of global cooling a year after the eruption. If we examine these extreme natural events and even smaller ones, we see various impacts and losses, life losses or injuries, diseases. We see physical damages to buildings, infrastructure, and other properties. And hence, this would interrupt public and other critical services, especially water, energy, or electricity, communication, and transport systems can be damaged. In many of these disasters, there were interruption of food supply and would cause severe disruption of economic development in a city or town, but perhaps if we look at it for very extreme events, can affect the whole country. We see a lot of people displaced and communities' social lives are disrupted. To give you a clearer and very urgent situation that we have, we compare the Philippines among countries in the world in terms of exposure to hazards and the potential impacts or risk. On the right side of the column is the top 10 countries with the highest exposure to hazard. The Philippines is number 8, Japan is number 10. To the left would be the countries most exposed to risk, or those with the highest risk. The Philippines is number 9, Japan is out of the top 10. The conclusion that we could make in this graph is that, or this table is that disasters or future risks or impacts or future disasters is really controlled by all of us, by man. So I don't usually call hazards as natural disasters. I use the word natural hazards, but I don't use the phrase natural disasters, because disasters, if we are not affected, which would mean that we can control our fate or the impact of these hazards to us, is really man-made. So what we need to do is really understand what causes the the high risk in extreme events. The risk to extreme events are influenced by the following. Even though we have more knowledge now in terms of science and the ability to look into the possible scenarios that can happen in the country, which of course we still would need to improve on, the risk can be influenced by the magnitude of the event and the associated hazards with it. Obviously, the lower scale hazards or the lower magnitude events would not cause a lot of hazards, or severity of hazards would not be that high. But even though science is improving, we still have a lot of problem in terms of the high exposure of communities to extreme events. Many are still living in dangerous places, or they have very high physical or social vulnerability to extreme events like flimsy houses, non-engineered houses, or old houses. And even people sometimes are not prepared to the large-scale extreme events. Shown on the lower part of the slide would be the three factors. Now, the hazard, the exposure of a community to extreme events, like these are people, assets, physical assets, businesses, and the vulnerability, the susceptibility to the negative impact of these different hazards. Now, note that even though the hazard would be extreme, but if you're not in the area that it will affect, you are safe. But even though you're exposed to the hazard, but you have the capacity, or for example, your house has the capacity to withstand the hazard like a strong earthquake, and you are prepared, then your vulnerability will be much less. So in this presentation, hazards, exposure, and vulnerability would intersect if they represented the circles, and that intersection will be the risk. Our goal is to reduce the area of risk, or reduce the risk, by not only anticipating the hazard, but more importantly, reducing the exposure and reducing the vulnerability, or on the other side, increasing the capacity to be less affected by these extreme events. To look at it in a process manner, I have coined the term disaster imagination. Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge, meaning we have to look forward into the future so that we can really appreciate what we need to do. And so for me, the following steps are needed. We need to identify the hazards that a process would bring, which area or which region will be affected. In terms of the scale of the hazard, depending on the scale, there will be less areas affected for small-scale events and larger areas for bigger events. But more importantly, we need to look at the potential casualty, the social, physical, and economic losses. Why do we need to do that? Determining areas that hazards can affect with would be very important for early warning, so that people will have early action. And our goal there is to save lives. That would mean preparedness and appropriate response during the event. But we also need to look into the potential losses so that we can propose appropriate countermeasures. And that would be the mitigation aspect of the disaster management cycle. Given all of this, then we can actually have a scenario of most likely the possible damage or impact, both within the locality and outside, so that we will have an idea of what has happened immediately after an event, so that we can prepare in advance a response plan and even a recovery plan even before the disaster would occur. That is very important. So the key to a very good risk management is to imagine by having the appropriate science and engineering-based scenarios. So let me go over some of examples of extreme events that we need to prepare for. We have around 300 volcanoes in the Philippines. 24 are considered active, meaning these have erupted in the last 10,000 years, or somebody has witnessed its eruption. Currently, we monitor 10 instrumentally because the others are not really either acting up, or the exposure of a high number of people is very low. Okay. Among the volcanoes that we monitor, Pinatubo, Mayon, Canlaon, and Bulusan volcanoes are at alert level 1, meaning there is some unrest. No? But Taal volcano in Batangas, close to Manila, is at alert level number 3, meaning there is ongoing magmatic activity and eruption, although in a smaller scale. And to prepare for a volcanic eruption, we need to think of the key volcanic hazards that a typical volcano would show. Of course, people would imagine the flow of red-hot lava coming down the crater of a volcano. That is not a very dangerous hazard, but can affect properties along its path. The typical hazard of volcanoes would be the rain of ash and rocks, or the ashfall event, and the rapid descent or outward movement of hot ashes and rocks, either down the slope of the volcano, we call that pyroclastic flow, or outward of a crater, and that is a base surge. And we call those pyroclastic density currents. And these are the hazards that we try to assess so that we can determine which areas need to be evacuated before the volcano would explode. After an eruption, and if loose deposits are on the slopes of the volcano, then these can be remobilized as lahars, which can further bury villages or towns further downslope of the volcano. Even if the volcano would not explode, but if it would emit a lot of gases, then it would also be dangerous to people's health. Now, if a volcano has a water around it, or if the volcano is near the coast or in an island in the ocean, then a collapse of the volcano or the deposition of the pyroclastic density current on the water body near the volcano can cause volcanic tsunami as the water gets displaced by the mass that would reach the water body. So last July 1, we raised the alert level of Taal volcano to alert level number 3 after around 4 months of high seismicity and emission of gases. And this is a typical example of a phreatomagmatic eruption where the explosion is due to the interaction of hot magma with water. And although you can see a vertical column, but since this is wet and heavy, it would readily collapse. And the collapse would cause some elutriation cloud to move down the slope of the volcano. This is not the really dangerous base surge that we need to prepare for Taal volcano, because base surges, aside from the vertical eruption column that you would see from Taal, sometimes there are horizontally projected blast of ashes and rocks that can cause it to move 60 kilometers per hour or greater. And that would be the real base surge that can threaten people's lives, even in the mainland, as the mass of ashes and rocks can travel above water. Now, this activity is followed by the present upwelling of gases. As you can see, the water in the lake is really steaming, and you can see the steam with the gas coming out of the crater and forming a steam cloud. Okay, and this current unrest might lead to several scenarios. And what will the scenario be? This can either be a minor gas eruption, triggering phreatomagmatic or strombolian eruption. If it's a phreatomagmatic eruption, there can be base surges. Base surges are those on the right side, the phreatomagmatic eruption of 1966, where you can see a horizontally moving cloud away from the eruption center, and that would be very dangerous. But the scale is not so large, so we don't expect many people to be evacuated if that is simply the case of the eruption. If it's a strombolian eruption where there is lava fountaining, like a fireworks, we just expect lava flow and ashfall in the surrounding area. Lava flow is not that dangerous because it will be confined in the island only. If it's a small-scale event, it will lead to either cessation of the activity or might continue to erupt. But in essence, we don't expect the current activity of Taal to be a very large-scale activity because the magma that is involved at its current activity is degassed, and the explosivity of a volcano's eruption is dependent on how much gas is trapped within the magma. Nonetheless, we need to monitor if there is new magma coming from way, way below and supplying new and gas-rich magma beneath the crater of Taal. And of course, that must be monitored continuously. Now, would Taal behave like that? Well, in its history, for the past 500 years, there have been extreme events in Taal volcano which caused significant physical and, of course, demographic changes. Way back in 1754, there was a very large explosion that, a very large eruption that lasted for 7 months. So imagine you have a 7 months eruption, it will really interrupt many activities in the Taal Island, surrounding area, and even outside of Batangas. Even Metro Manila might be affected. The worst case activity for that eruption caused an eruption like Pinatubo, where the eruption cloud was around 40 kilometers high, and the ashes were drifted to the west and south of the volcano, but also moved towards the north and affected Metro Manila. And the base surge that was, or the base surges that were triggered by the very strong eruption affected the entire Taal Volcano Island and the surrounding areas, especially on the west and southwest. And what is a base surge? Again, base surge is a very fast-moving cloud of ashes and rocks. And the 1754 eruption actually moved upslope towards the slope of Tagaytay. Did not reach the Tagaytay Ridge, so we don't think Tagaytay Ridge is in danger for these storm surges, but at least the middle slope was affected by the base surge. And this is now the deposit of the 1754 base surge. And for scale, you see a person there at the bottom of the base surge. It's quite thick. So base surges can kill people, one, by burying you, by asphyxiating you, or by burning you. So it's really important that people are out of the way. So as an extreme event, we need to look into what is the worst case scenario for a base surge from Taal volcano. Shown here is a base surge hazard map, assuming an eruption from the main crater. Why is the main crater eruption the worst case? Well, essentially it's in the center, and we think that since this is really unconfined, and most of the historical eruptions from the main crater were large, then this can be the worst case event, okay? And you can see in this map, the yellow areas are those colored, are those to be affected by the base surge. And further out, we have some yellowish areas. These are the buffer zone of at least 1 kilometer, where the clouds of coming out of the base surge deposits might still affect areas farther out and can still affect the breathing of people. So you can see that a big part of Batangas province is threatened by this. And towards Tagaytay, the slopes there can also be affected. Tagaytay City is not affected by the base surge because it's quite high, but around 300 to 400,000 people are threatened by a worst case eruption of Taal. So in the long term, we need to be looking into a hazard and risk sensitive development planning of the area. Aside from improving the evacuation procedure, improving the road network so that people can have access to speedy transport away from the volcano. But in the long term, we need to look into how these areas will be developed. Moving into another hazard like the earthquake, we all know that the Philippines is really prone to earthquakes. Shown on the left is a map of earthquake epicenters represented as red dots, and only Palawan Island is not covered by a red dot. Meaning, all the provinces and all the regions of the Philippines have been affected by earthquakes in the past and can be affected again. In fact, around 100 damaging earthquakes have occurred in the past 400 years, and some of these earthquakes triggered a tsunami. Around 41 local tsunamis have occurred in the country already, aside from at least 3 events generated from Pacific countries. Why is the Philippines prone to a lot of earthquakes? Simply because we are the only country in the world bounded by tectonic plates or big blocks of rocks that would collide towards the Philippines. For example, on the east, we have the Philippine Sea Plate, allowing movement of rocks beneath the Philippine Sea Plate downward towards the west along the East Luzon and the Philippine trenches. While the Manila Trench, Negros Sulu and Sulu trenches, and even the Cotabato trenches would allow movement of blocks of rocks beneath the West Philippine Sea, Sulu Sea, and Celebes Seas towards the east. So we have now a condition where 2 opposing forces are squeezing the Philippines from both sides. Aside from that, please note that Indonesia is pushing Mindanao on the southern end towards the north. And that is why you can see that in recent years, large earthquake events have happened in Negros Island and Bohol, because this northward movement of Mindanao and the eastward movement, southeastward movement of Panay is causing these islands in between to be squeezed. Hence, we see a lot of limestone or corals lifted up from the ocean floor. And that is why we have a lot of white beaches in these different islands in the Visayas. So the opposing forces, due to the trenches on both sides of the Philippines, would cause different islands of the Philippines to be fractured. And when rocks along these fractures move, they are now considered active faults. And the longest fault that we have is the Philippine Fault Zone from Ilocos Norte to Davao Oriental. And these segments of the Philippine Fault Zone have triggered major earthquake events. But note that even cities little bit away from the Philippine Fault Zone have their own faults to prepare for. For example, in the Metro Manila area, we have the Valley Fault System. In the Cebu province, we have the Cebu Fault System. And in Davao City, we have the Central Davao Fault System. So aside from the fact that the whole country, aside from Palawan Island, is exposed to large earthquake events, our metro areas are more vulnerable because they have their own nearby earthquake generator. When we prepare for earthquake events, we worry about the multiple hazards that earthquake can be associated with. First of all is we want to avoid where the fault can rupture the surface. But during the earthquake event, we worry of about around 4 to 5 hazards. For example, if the earthquake is on land, there can be a strong ground shaking that can cause collapses of houses and buildings. Soft ground will behave like liquid, there will be liquefaction, and steep slopes can be affected by landslides. It is also possible that during the shaking or immediately after, there can be fire because of various causes like electrical short circuit or toppling of lamps. If the earthquake is near shore or offshore, a tsunami can be generated if the ocean floor vertically moves up or down, or if there's a submarine landslide. So earthquakes would need to be prepared for in a wider scale, just like a tropical cyclone, because of multiple hazards that it would bring. Now, in the following series of slides that I will show you, I would like to emphasize that the point that the whole country, locally or regionally, needs to prepare for their own earthquake scenario, because there are various faults that are present in these different areas. Okay, so from north to south, we can see different areas with maps of different colors. But just to be acquainted with the colors, reddish would be around intensity 7 to 8. These are damaging earthquakes already. And at intensity 8, you cannot stand normally, and you usually tend to fall down. You would have difficulty standing. So we expect significant damage in areas with the color of red and even yellow at intensity 6 if the construction in the area is not so good. So I will show you the different scenarios. It's not all, but I just wanted you to have an imagination that at least maybe aside from Palawan Island, the rest of the country would need to prepare for an intensity 8 earthquake shaking. Okay, so we have the Manila Trends, the Cagayan and Mountain Province faults. We have the faults in Central Luzon, in the Rizal Quezon Province, in Mindoro, and in Bicol, also generating very strong earthquake events. In the Visayas, we can have the West Panay Fault or the Negros Trends, or one of the faults in Cebu or in Leyte that can generate also intensity 8 shaking. In Mindanao, we have the Sulu Trends, the Philippine Fault Zone in the Caraga area, and other faults in the middle or southern end of Mindanao that can cause significant shaking. What is an intensity 8 shaking? An intensity 8 shaking is when people cannot stand anymore, just like what is shown in the CCTV clip in Kobe, Japan. Here, a magnitude 7+ earthquake event caused an intensity 8 shaking. And here you can see people unable to stand normally, so that's why they have to drop and hold on to the table. You can also see the vehicle outside of the building shaking, and things that are not so secured would fall down. It's good that this building did not collapse, but things inside the non-structural parts of the building can still cause injuries to people, and we also need to prepare for all of this. So, for safety purposes, the importance for preparing for an earthquake would be location. Second is the quality of materials, the right design, and the right workmanship. And of course, when inside, how prepared you are. Tsunamis are also associated with large earthquake events. And essentially, the whole coastlines of the country are prone to tsunami or can be affected by a tsunami. More prone, however, would be those coastlines that are fronting the big bodies of water, like the Philippine Sea, the West Philippine Sea or South China Sea area, the Sulu Sea, and the Celebes Seas. Why is this so? Because trenches are where large earthquakes are triggered and where vertical movement of the ocean floor can happen. Aside from that, those on the eastern side can be affected by tsunamis coming from other countries. So we have two types of tsunamis. The local or near field tsunami. These are generated by earthquake events just offshore of the country. And the lead time will be very short, 2 to 10 minutes up to around 1 hour, depending on how far the area is from the epicenter. And on the eastern side, the coastlines can be affected by distant or far field tsunami. Generated outside of the Philippines, can have around 1 hour lead time if it's from Taiwan or those in the south of Mindanao, up to 26 hours if it would come from South America. We have prepared tsunami scenarios for the different parts of the Philippines, and these are based on maximum credible earthquake models that are based on historical tsunami-genic earthquake events and the maximum credible earthquake from the different trenches based on the segmentation. So a trench can be subdivided into segments depending on its orientation and whether there's a tear in parts of the trenches. So shown on the right would be the trench segments. Shown in the middle map would be the earthquakes that have caused tsunamis in various parts of the country. And you would note that a lot of tsunami-genic earthquakes have occurred in Mindanao, some in the Visayas, a few in Western Luzon, and many in some parts of Eastern Northern Luzon. So I will show you now the different tsunami scenarios that we have done for some of the segments that that are shown in the map, starting from north, west, down south, and from east, from the north to the south. Okay, for the Manila Trend scenario west of Luzon, we can have this magnitude 8.4 earthquake and also a possible magnitude 8.1 earthquake event. And you would note that in the map, sometimes you might be able to see the The numbers there, these are the number of minutes it will take for the tsunami to arrive towards the coastline. And I'm just showing you the maximum height for the models that I'm showing and the fastest arrival time. So in these models, we have the 15.4 meter high tsunami waves, and the earliest wave that will arrive will be around 4 minutes. Further south, in Zambales and in Mindoro, which is critical to Metro Manila, you would note in the left side that it will take more than an hour before the tsunami from the West Philippine Sea would reach political Metro Manila. Okay. The height of the tsunami will be around 15 meters max, and those that are very close to the epicenter will be affected within 4 to 6 minutes. So the closer the shoreline is to the epicenter, the faster the arrival of the tsunami wave. So you would see that if there's an earthquake from the Manila Trench, the western side or coastline of Luzon, including Metro Manila, can be affected, even Mindoro and even Palawan. Now in the Visayas, we have the Negros Trench that can cause tsunami as high as 11 meters, okay? And the arrival time can be 3 meters to the shoreline nearest the epicenter. Now, further south in Sulusi, in the Zamboanga Peninsula, Sulu area, we can see that tsunamis can be generated and can cause tsunami heights of around 11 meters and would arrive in 3 minutes. In 1897, a magnitude at the 7.5 earthquake event occurred offshore of Zamboanga Peninsula. And this caused a tsunami as high as 6 meters in Zamboanga, Basilan area, and around 2 meters in the Sulu Tawi-Tawi area, 2 meters in eastern Palawan, and this even reached Borneo. Okay, in the Celebacy area, which was the site of the magnitude 8.1 earthquake events, 7.9 was modeled there. We can see that the tsunami would cause around 8 to 13 meters tsunami heights. And the arrival would be around 3 minutes in the model, which was also consistent with the 2 to 5 minutes arrival time during the actual tsunami event in 1976. And note that even the bay in General Santos City and even those in the Davao Gulf can be affected later on by some tsunami waves. Okay. On the eastern side, from the north to south, we have the East Luzon trough scenario. And this can cause tsunami, which is very unusual because of the configuration of some inlets there. This 21 or 22 meter high wave, it will be not the normal range for this area, but this is the highest maximum. And the arrival time is 3 minutes. In the Bicol, Visayas areas, we can actually look at 10 to 14 meters high tsunami waves with arrival time of 3 minutes in some of the areas very close to the epicenter. Further down south, in the eastern Mindanao area, northeastern Mindanao, for example, we have this high tsunami waves of around 10 to 13 meters in the Samar, Surigao del Norte area. And further south, in the Davao Oriental area, we can see 14-meter high tsunami waves that can even reach much later, maybe an hour or 50 minutes in the Davao Gulf area. So ladies and gentlemen, what I've shown you would be the tsunami scenarios that we have prepared, and what one would need at the local level or even at the regional level is to make sure that scenarios are considered when preparing. We cannot generalize our preparedness at the local level, and we need to focus on extreme events, and the preparedness and response should be scenario-based. And I hope that at the regional level, these can be coordinated because a town or a province can be overwhelmed by these events, just like what happened in Yolanda. Okay, in terms of tsunami exposure for the different regions of the Philippines, we note that NCR would have the highest exposure because of the number of people, but other high exposure to tsunami areas would be regions 4A, region 6, and region 7. And the total population prone or exposed to tsunami would be close to 14 million. Note, however, that a single earthquake or tsunami event will not affect the whole country, but multiple regions. Now, note that when it comes to vulnerability to various hazards, including climate change, urban areas would have the highest exposure and vulnerability to these hazards simply because of the dense population, dense building. People will go to metro areas for livelihood. And then since the land would be quite limited, people tend to stay or construct houses in dangerous grounds. And even the investment and the density of offices or organizations in metro areas can render metro areas very vulnerable, not only physically, but economically or governance-wise to the hazards. For example, in Metro Manila, we have around 26 million people for Metro Manila, Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, Laguna alone. Around close to 2 million buildings. Metro Manila is the center of governance, business, and finance. And regions 3, 4A, and Metro Manila contribute 63% to our economy. And Metro Manila is the seat of headquarters of our uniformed personnel. So the concentration of almost everything in metro areas render it highly vulnerable to any hazard. In terms of earthquake events, Metro Manila has been historically affected by large earthquake events. One can go to the Roman Catholic Cathedral in Manila, and in the inscription, in terms of its history, it says that part of its structures was partially destroyed by earthquake of 1600, by an earthquake of 1645, and 1863. The 1645 earthquake was an earthquake along the Philippine Fault Zone in Gabaldon, Nueva Ecija, which actually cost 3,000 people dead. So that was the last very large earthquake prior to the 1990 earthquake in the area. There was another earthquake in 1880 in Infanta, which also shook Metro Manila, but I think this did not affect Manila Cathedral. However, other churches were affected by that. And in 1968, August 2, a magnitude 7.3 earthquake centered in Casiguran, Aurora, which is around 220 kilometers away from Metro Manila, caused Ruby Tower in Binondo, Manila to collapse, killing 268 people. Note that for that earthquake, 270 people died. 2 were in Central Luzon, different provinces, but the rest was in one building. Why? Because the vulnerability of that building was very high because of its physical state. Now, for Metro Manila, to develop scenarios, we have studied 18 earthquake scenarios. And we look at 2 scenarios that can cause significant damage or impact to Metro Manila. The first is the Valley Fault System earthquake scenario with a length of 100 kilometers for its western side, the West Valley Fault. And if the whole length of the fault will move, it can generate a magnitude 7.2 earthquake. And based on studies by FIVOX and United States Geological Survey, this fault moves every 400 to 600 years, generating large earthquake events. Of course, from time to time it moves. We can record earthquake events in some parts of the Valley Fault, even within this year, but those are not really destructive or not even felt. So 400 to 600 years would be the recurrence interval of the movement of the West Valley Fault. And the last generally strong earthquake event from this fault occurred in the 1600s. So we're very close to the 400-year lower limit of the possible movement of the fault. 7.2 earthquake can cause significant shaking. The other scenario would be magnitude 8 or greater earthquake event from the Manila Trench. Although it is further away from Metro Manila, it is closer to other provinces, and these provinces can be shaken strongly. The strength of shaking from a Manila Trench scenario is lesser than the Valley Fault scenario. So in terms of ground shaking, we look into the Valley Fault scenario as the one that will cause significant damage. However, for the Manila Trench, we also need to worry about its possible tsunami that can affect provinces in Mimaropa, Central Luzon, and even further north and south of the western coast of Luzon and Mindoro and Palawan, but also a tsunami in Metro Manila. Now, in terms of the Valley Fault system, the study made by JICA, MMD, and FIVOX way back in 2004 noted that if the Valley Fault will move, there will be strong shaking of intensity 8 in Metro Manila, okay? And FIVOX looked into the simulation that we have. It can affect Bulacan, parts of Western Rizal, big part of Cavite, Laguna, Northern Batangas, and Southern Pampanga. In Metro Manila alone, we think that around 35 to 38% of residential, mid-rise buildings, and public buildings will suffer slight to heavy damage. Only 14% of 30 to 60-story buildings. Casualties would be around 33,500, and additional death might come from fire or those from severely injured people. This was in 2004. FIVOX combined its human resources in modeling with modeling the possible earthquake event and the ground shaking that can happen with Geoscience Australia. And we developed two scenarios. Again, magnitude 7.2 is the worst case scenario, but we also asked ourselves, how about if the magnitude is not 7.2 but much less? What will be the effect? So we looked into the 1658 event, which is like a 6.5 magnitude earthquake scenario. And here in front of you would be the map. Yellow would be again intensity 8, and green will be intensity 7. Note that, of course, if the earthquake is centered in the middle of the West Valley Fault, NCR, Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, Laguna, and perhaps parts of Batangas can be shaken by intensity 8 earthquake. If it's a 6.5 earthquake, then still Metro Manila will be shaken, parts of Rizal, parts of Laguna and Cavite, and of course Bulacan, but much less in terms of the area. Now, what would then be the impact in terms of casualty and building damage? If we compare the two of the two scenarios, obviously, you still have the magnitude 7.2 generating a lot of death, 31,000, very similar statistically to what we have done with the JICA project. But 6.5 will also trigger tens of thousands of death. A magnitude 6.5 can cause 23,000 deaths. Why is this so? Well, essentially, this is not only dependent on the magnitude, but the number of people, and most especially the type of housing that we have in Metro Manila, where there are a lot of non-engineered houses and old construction. And so we need to look into the physical vulnerability of these different structures so that we can really decrease the number of death and even injury to those in Metro Manila. Note that in 2017, a magnitude 6.5 earthquake occurred in Ormoc City in Leyte, and only less than 10 people died. So imagine transporting that 6.5 in Metro Manila will cost tens of thousands. Again, because of exposure and vulnerability of people and housing. What other effects do we see as a scenario from Metro Manila? Well, the West Valley Fault transects major roads like C5, Ortigas, and Marcos Highway, even SLEX, and a rail line in northern Metro Manila. And it's very near SLEX interchange of Alabang and Susana. Around 3,000 buildings or houses are exposed to surface faulting, and this would be within the 5 meters on both sides buffer zone. Hence, transport can be affected in some areas. More importantly, during the shaking, soft ground can liquefy. The map on the left would show you the different areas that can be affected by liquefaction and the population at risk to liquefaction, which is quite large. Nonetheless, liquefaction per se will not kill people. The building collapses will do. So we don't estimate the casualty here, but look at the number of buildings exposed to liquefaction, close to 570,000. And the roads can be fissured and would be rendered impassable immediately after the earthquake event. If we can take a snapshot of what can happen in Metro Manila immediately after the earthquake, we can see that it is possible that different areas of Metro Manila can be temporarily isolated due to mobility problems because of damages to bridges, across Pasig River and other rivers like Marikina River and other small rivers in the western side of Manila, road damages, building damage, and even fire. And that is why we need to look into isolation as an issue so that we can assign responders to these different groups of isolated areas. In terms of the tsunami scenario, if there's a magnitude 8.3 earthquake event from the Manila Trench, then we think that given the favorable high tide, then the tsunami as high as 6 meters can inundate Metro Manila within 2 to 3 kilometers from the shoreline. The arrival time will be more than an hour, so there is still a lot of time, but 1 hour, although a lot, can be very small if people and the communities and the LGUs don't know what to do and react to a possible tsunami. That should have enough information from those earlier affected provinces or towns if this scenario would happen. Okay. For a tsunami scenario, around 2.4 million people are exposed to this. If we talk about nighttime population, if they are there, it does not mean that they will die. They're just there. They can be affected. But around 300,000 buildings can be exposed. Okay, and there are important government facilities located in the tsunami zone. Now, before I proceed, I would just like to summarize that what I've shown you would be the scenarios that can happen, and the scenarios can give you a better picture of how we will have to prepare and how to respond to these different events. That is why it is important to encourage scenario-based preparedness and response planning so that we can actually appropriately respond to these different extreme events. Turning into another problem, an extreme change globally, we talk about climate change. There is a need to really look into climate change adaptation. This graph would show you a plot of the annual global temperature divided into 2 periods. The first period would show you a more or less variable temperature, but somewhat a horizontal trend. And the second part will be the variable temperature, but with an increasing trend. Now, we are okay with varying temperature because we are able to cope with a specific range of temperature. But if there are temperatures outside of our coping range, that would be what we call temperature that would cause us vulnerability. So for example, if there is El Nino, very hot, we can see drought, changes in the temperature all over the place. But with global warming and with increasing temperature, then the temperature range will exceed the current coping range. So we need to further widen our coping range, and that is what we call adaptation. But if our adaptation is not that much, then we will still become vulnerable if the temperature would further increase in the years to come. That's why it is important to look into how we can adapt to the changing temperature and climate condition globally and in the country. Let me now show you the detected changes in the Philippine climate from historical observations by PAGASA in terms of temperature, rainfall, and tropical cyclones. This would show you the increase in temperature of around 0.68 degrees in the past 65 years, or around 0.1 degrees centigrade every decade. So indeed, global warming or warming is here in the Philippines. And this warming is actually mostly affected by the increase in the warming conditions or the minimum temperature or during the evening, meaning the coldest night is actually increasing in temperature rather than the increase in the maximum temperature during daytime. Okay, So we need to consider that this is indeed happening in the country, and this will continue because of, again, as I mentioned, the natural tendency of the Earth now to be in the global warming phase, plus the greenhouse gas effect because of man's intervention. Now, if you look at what has been observed in the past many years, we can see that there are notable rainfall decrease in these areas colored in circle in North Luzon, some parts of Mimaropa, Western Visayas, and Western Mindanao in different quarters of the year. But notable rainfall increases also in Central Luzon, including Metro Manila and Eastern Visayas. In terms of tropical cyclones, we note that there is minimal decrease in the number of tropical cyclones entering the Philippine area of responsibility, no? And making landfall over the Philippines, the blue line. Hence, tropical cyclone is slightly decreasing. However, in terms of intensity, there's an increase in number of strong tropical cyclones with maximum wind speeds of greater than 170 kilometers per hour. And note that this would be around signal number 4 and number 5 in terms of the Pag-asa wind alert system. So given this observation, where are we heading? We need to look into projected future changes in the Philippine climate based on model simulations, looking into temperature, rainfall, tropical cyclones, and climate extremes. The climate change that is happening now is attributed to the rapid increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And of course, future climate projections are therefore projected based on the different possible scenarios or pathways of greenhouse gases that are influenced by the level of mitigation or the decrease in greenhouse gas emission that humans can implement. Okay? And these scenarios are termed as the representative concentration pathways, or RCPs. Now, there are two scenarios that we need to look into. The moderate emission scenario, where a reduction scenario of greenhouse gases is significant based on mitigation policy implemented, and high emission scenario, where scenarios without additional efforts to constrain emissions would ensue. Okay, so high and moderate emission scenario. What are the projected temperature changes in the Philippines? The red graph there would be the high emission scenario, and the blue line would be the moderate emission scenario. And the table below would show you the temperature changes by the mid-century and last century. For the moderate emission scenario, we expect 0.9 to 1.9 degrees centigrade by the mid-century and 1.3 to 2.5 degrees centigrade in the late century. If we don't control our greenhouse gas emission, it will be very hot. 1.2 to 2.3 degrees centigrade change in the mid-century and 2.5 to 4.1 degrees centigrade in the end of the century. And scientists indicate that 1.5 degrees centigrade of change will already bring us to the tipping point where perhaps the irreversible changes can happen. So we can still fight climate change, but we need to do it fast and as a whole of society globally. In terms of the rainfall projection, the changes will not be even. We have here different conditions to cover different possibilities. We have the wettest possible condition, mid-range condition, and driest possible condition. Again, subdivided into quarters from December to February, March to May, June, August, and September to November. If you look at the mid-range condition, we will see that there will be parts of North and Central Luzon and some parts of Visayas that will have projected increase in rainfall, seasonal rainfall. But a big part of it, no, from Visayas to Mindanao will have lesser rainfall, seasonal rainfall. Seasonal rainfall would be per quarter like this. In terms of tropical cyclones, models would indicate that the frequency or the number of tropical cyclones would decrease. No? More models favor decrease rather than no change. But a majority of the models would indicate that there will be a change in tropical cyclone intensity, and this will be more intense. So we need to prepare for more intense tropical cyclones, hence stronger storm surges as well. In terms of the projected changes in terms of temperature, we see here the projected changes in temperature based on the warmest daytime temperature. No? It will increase by about 1.7 degrees centigrade for a moderate emission scenario, or 3.7 degrees centigrade for a high emission scenario. The graph is interpreted by looking at the baseline from 1986 to 2005, and the projected change in the next 20 years, mid-century and end of the century. And note that the reddening of the different areas, of course, will be more intense for a high emission scenario. Can we withstand such very high change in temperature? For fraction of hot days, no? If we look at how many hot days will there be in the future, then we will also see that the fraction of hot days will also projected to increase by 50 to 75%. 50% for a moderate emission scenario, and 75% for a very high emission scenario. So, indeed, we need to be prepared for a hot environment. In terms of rainfall extremes in the Philippines, and this would be very important in terms of floods and landslide events, because if there is an extreme rainfall, then we will have flooding in several areas. Note that currently we look into 100 millimeters of rainfall in a day, and that would be the threshold either for floods or landslide events in the country. So if you look at the left side of the graph, you would see the millimeters. No? The darker blue it is, then the higher the rainfall. And so you would see an increases in maximum one-day rainfall in many areas of Luzon and in some parts of Mindanao towards the end of the 21st century. Okay. If we now look into 5-day rainfall event, the projections would also point towards increases in the maximum 5-day rainfall over many areas in Luzon and some parts of Mindanao. So if you are able to look into your specific province of interest, like North Luzon and Central Mindanao, I would show you now the areas that are prone to landslides and floods. Here, this is a map of flood in the whole Philippines. Recently, we have the Typhoon Ulysses in the central and northern Luzon and Rolly in Manila. So we have to prepare for flood events, most especially here in this area, as projected by PAGASA, that more extreme rainfall will be in Luzon and even in central Mindanao. So we can see that in the Cotabato and surrounding area, we have also a flood-prone area. Likewise, we will see a lot of landslides in north and eastern Luzon and even in Mindanao. Now, what would this temperature increase mean? These different changes in temperature would lead us into saying that indeed extreme heat will cause severe heat in many of our populations. We need to look into senior people, those with respiratory problem, those with hypertension. So health effect will happen. We also need to look into the increasing sea level rise of around 0.4 to 0.46 meters with changes in temperature, and higher if it will be hotter. So many of our coastal communities and even many of our cities are situated in the coast, so we will be affected by it. Agriculture, forestry, energy supply can be affected by changes in water distribution. So we need to look into agricultural production. So we have to have agriculture for the future, health for the future, and even power for the future because of these changes. Indeed, our marine production will also be affected because as the ocean is warming up, the water becomes more acidic. So there will be coral bleaching and there will be an effect on marine resources. So what do we need to do? With the availability of climate projection at the local level, we need to have an effective adaptation strategies, which can only be identified through the collaboration between community members, the local and national government units, the academe and field experts, policy advisors, and formulators. And we need to co-develop and co-implement strategy among the various stakeholders that should lead to development of reliable, relevant, and actionable outcomes. And the most practical solution is we need to look into sector-specific adaptation strategies to address the identified future impacts of climate change, targeting specific issues like, for example, agriculture, water management and resupply, health, the construction industry, and many others, would really be a very practical and reasonable approach to avoid being overwhelmed by the so many hazards and scenarios that are related to natural hazards and climate change. So what are the recommendations? We need to have a review and development of hazard and risk-sensitive land use, infrastructure and development plans, considering various natural hazards and climate change. We also need to mainstream risk reduction or climate change adaptation in national and local development plans. Easy to do, but we need to have more studies to guide the local governments and national agencies to do this. Hence, we need to have capacity building for appropriate preparedness and response at various levels, national to local, the private sector, or the businesses, and the communities. And these should be based on hazard and risk scenarios and climate projections. We should not prepare for hazards that we don't have a very good scenario. Like for an earthquake in urban area, like the big one or the big earthquake that can happen in Metro Manila, we're fighting like a heavyweight opponent here. So our preparedness should also be heavyweight or super heavyweight and not a lightweight. We need to develop business and service continuity plans in the industry and government sector. And related to this is we need to improve our Philippine Building Code. This needs to change because of the tremendous development in science and engineering sector. And we need to adapt to these fast-changing results. We need to have continued improvement of monitoring and warning systems, including risk assessment. And more importantly, as I have stated initially, although we have been improving on our science, monitoring, and risk assessment, we have lagged way behind in terms of the reduction of exposure. Still too many people are exposed in many areas, and the vulnerabilities of communities. More importantly, urban areas are very vulnerable to multiple hazards, and we need to strengthen disaster and climate resilience in many of our metro areas like Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, Davao, Iloilo, and other cities, because there is the concentration of physical, social, and economic opportunities. Example of a plan is the Earthquake Resiliency Program for Greater Metro Manila area, where we want to reduce the risk in Metro Manila for earthquakes and other things by making sure that we reduce the population and investment, by dispersing investment in other places, establishing other national government centers in a more resilient site, by formulating service continuity plans so that government can still function even after a major event. And that is related to enforcing resilient building standards. We need to enhance resiliency by making sure that we are ready to respond immediately after a major event, by ensuring resiliency of critical infrastructures, ensuring continuous land, air, and sea access to an area after a disaster, ensuring the immediate availability of water, food, shelter, power, medical and health services, communication, and even security, because it will be chaotic, and making sure that we capacitate first responders to an area. The participation of everyone in our society would be very important in increasing the resilience of Greater Metro Manila area and any other areas in the Philippines. There should be multi-level preparation from national government to local government to communities and even at the household levels. We need to be involved. So in conclusion, let me just say that the country is exposed to extreme natural hazards that can cause significant damages and losses of lives and stunt our economic development. Climate change, even epidemics, okay? All areas need to prepare for climate change and natural hazards. And urban areas are highly vulnerable to large-scale events due to concentration of population, buildings, businesses in a small area, and even institutional capacity limitations. We cannot respond to many of these things. Everyone must be involved for us to be able to prepare based on the scenarios of extreme events and be resilient, so that this must involve everyone's participation. A whole of society approach is a must. And you, just like anyone else, would need to be involved. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Solidum, for a very informative and relevant discussion, but at the same time, it's also troubling and worrying because of a lot of disasters that somehow we need to prepare upon. We have some questions. First is, does the disaster risk reduction and climate change consider a pandemic such as we are experiencing today a natural hazard also in the future?
Well, essentially, as a government, we need to be looking into multiple hazards, including epidemic. But it should not be addressed singly by a council. No? Different departments should take the lead. But in terms of really assessing the issue, it should be all incorporated. That is why we are advocating for a database that can actually have sharing of critical information like exposure information. So that everyone can use it. With the same data set, we can both prepare for these natural hazards and even the pandemic. Note also that some scientists are looking into the role of man's destruction of our environment and biodiversity, where we are actually moving closer to wild animals and and certain diseases being transferred from the animals to people like COVID-19. And that is also would tend to say that we are either partly to blame and also a natural consequence of our destruction of our environment.
Yes, sir. I'm just hoping that this, like in the near future, if we will have pandemics, we will also have scenarios that you provided in different other natural hazards. Another comment is that regarding the disaster imagination that you introduced a while ago, it's I think personally it's a good thing that we have a concept of disaster imagination. In the field of futures thinking, it's called future simulation. My question would be, disaster imagination is actually being done by the experts, but I believe personally that it would be more helpful if everyone, even every people or every Filipinos has that concept of disaster imagination, so as they could tend for themselves during disasters. Does the government have, or the DOST have, this program of democratizing this concept of disaster imagination? Because I believe we have NDRRMMC wherein we are doing earthquake simulation every year.
Okay.
But
yeah.
Can we do we democratize this concept of disaster imagination as well?
Yes, I use the word disaster imagination just to make it popular and easy to understand rather than future simulation. But what I presented would be the large-scale simulation of the hazards and the impacts. But we also need to bring this down because for you to convince people that they should act is for them to have their own disaster imagination. So you need to bring down the scale of the national scope that I presented or community scope to the individual and family level. And that is why the DOST, through its various agencies like DOST FIVOX, is developing applications that can enable one to know the hazards that can affect the area. We have the Hazard Hunter. In less than 1 minute, just double click or tap the screen of your phone. where your house is located or your school is located or whatever, then you will be able to have an assessment of all the hazards in your area. Second, that's only for the safe location or the location assessment. Then the second is you need to look into the assessment of the structure. We just released, of course, this year, the How Safe is My House application, both for Android and iPhone, where one can, if you're not an engineer, you would not know the standards for building construction. Unfortunately, even if you have a PhD, if you don't read on it, you wouldn't know. And what we wanted to do is popularize this assessment at this individual level using tools and gadgets so that they can assess their preparedness by first looking into whether the house will be destroyed by an earthquake or not. And if it's not strong enough, then they can actually further consult other experts like engineers how to strengthen. So that is one. I myself, many years ago, has been planning to develop a self-guided planning tool to assess and prepare for these different hazards. So we hope to do this at the community level, and it's easy for an individual level because you're just looking at your house. So we hope to develop that because we now have many apps where you can actually pull in all the hazards information. Then you add on the structural evaluation of your house. But of course, there are different types of houses. But to answer your question, yes, there are programs. OCD is doing the simulation, but the DOST led it. And for different areas, they're using different earthquake scenarios as provided by FIVOX. It's not the same, although it's just the same drill, but the scenarios are different. It depends on their locality.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Another question is regarding the tsunami simulation. When it comes to earthquake from Manila Trench, what is the effect of geography of the Manila Bay to the nature of the wave of tsunami? Does it amplify or lessen the impact of the tsunami because of the geography of the Manila Bay?
Okay. Despite the presence of Corregidor Island, the last bastion during World War II, it will not prevent the tsunami from entering Manila Bay. It will slow down the tsunami, so it will give Metro Manilans a little bit of more than an hour of lead time. The higher tsunami waves will be seen in Bataan, Mindoro, and even Batangas Cavite area, higher than Metro Manila, but it will still be significant. Like if the tide is quite high, it will be around 5.5 meters to 6 meters. And it will reverberate, no? So the tsunami, the oscillation of the waves will not end right away because of the bay. It will trap the energy a little bit. So in essence, one cannot say all clear order. No, once the tsunami is passed, usually the civil defense or the local government will say all clear. Now you can do the rescue. The oscillation will still be there, but perhaps much smaller.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. As a follow-up question to that, we have all the scenarios that the DOST had studied in the data. How is this information disseminated to the local communities? I believe, sir, that we have in our local communities the disaster map.
Yes. That is why FIVOX, together with other agencies, developed the GeoRIS Philippines platform. GeoRIS Philippines platform is an initiative by DOST, as proposed by FIVOX, to provide everyone, all individuals and the communities, free access to the latest available hazard maps from government organizations, and even those who are doing academic studies. If they want to contribute, then they can do it. Second is, we also encourage the local governments and people in the local government to use this so that they can have planning with a better data set at the family, individual family and community level. The challenge though is one, developing the exposure database, meaning being able to describe everything, every house or building, the people, the contents, the social indices, no? So that we can actually have not only physical vulnerability assessment, which we have another software, but also the social vulnerability assessment, so that we can plan better. Now, we're working with other agencies where they can use the platform. Second challenge is they need to convert the action into planning, to plans. That's a challenge. And I think not all local governments have some technical people or even disaster managers to do that. That is why even up to now, although it's not our main job, we are still doing a lot of pilot planning and drills so that local governments can learn from what we do. We have a separate training for physical impact assessment. We have another software that has been going on since 2006. But the real issue for me is converting all these scenarios into plans, contingency plans appropriate to what can happen in their area. That is why my goal is to really develop an application so that the communities can be guided based on the different available information that can be pulled. It's a little bit of a challenge because many of the information would have to come from the local government, but
yes,
developing a planning app can be a very good tool for them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Another question, sir. You have presented the projected changes in temperature and rainfall. How would the changes affect the livelihood of the people? Because most of in our countries are farmers and the fishermen, and I think the changes in the temperature and the rainfall would really affect their livelihood. Is this part of the scenario that is that part of the data that the scenario is looking on?
Yes, the projections made by DOST through Pagasa is available for everyone, especially the government sectors. And essentially, we need to have this agriculture for the future, industry for the future because of these changes in temperature and rainfall distribution and even pattern. And so we have years in advance to do this, but we need to act fast. For example, we have to have more resistant crops for extreme rainfall also, or extreme heat, no? And that can be looked into by the geneticists if they want. So there are many projects already being done on this in other countries, and perhaps we can do this in the country as well. I know that there are things being done, but I'm not privy to those.
Thank you, sir. That would be all. We will now do the awarding of the certificates. Let me call on the Faculty Regent, Engineer Ramir Cruz, to award the certificate.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Solidum. So let me read the citations for the certificate. Polytechnic University of the Philippines, this certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Renato U. Solidum in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the Science, Engineering, and Technology Professional Chairholder Lecture Series for the SET PCLS 2021 with the theme Extreme Natural Hazards, Risks, and Societal Implications in the Philippines. Given this 20th day of July 2021 at the PUP Main Campus, Santa Mesa, Manila, Philippines, signed by our University President, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi. Congratulations, sir, and maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can we request everyone to open their camera for the photo opportunity with our speaker? Are we ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. We have how many? 10? 8. Okay, another 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Next, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Solidu, for the very informative lecture.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Solidum. So we proceed with our next professorial chairholder. Our next professorial chairholder is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Engineering at the Xavier University, Cagayan de Oro City, and Master of Engineering program major in Energy and Environmental Engineering, also at the same school. And Doctor of Philosophy in Environmental Engineering with major in Wastewater Engineering at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City. He has been a visiting researcher at the Texas A&M University and consultant assessor for the DOST Cleaner Production Assessment Team for small and medium enterprises in the Region 10 and National Senior Accreditor of the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines, or AACUP. He is also the consultant and founder of the Green Smart Philippines Environmental Services and Consulting Company. He has been the 14th placer of the Agricultural and Biosystems Engineer Licensure Exam held by the Professional Regulations Commission, and he has been fellow in various institutions locally and abroad, to be particular with the Philippine Higher Education Career System Executive Development Program, Texas A&M University, Taiwan Southeast Asia International Joint Research and Training Program, Taiwan International Workshop on Sustainable Environment and Energy Development, and the Japan Ministry of Science and Technology on Disaster Prevention course. He has been the Champions of Lives and Heroes of the Environment National Award during the search for the 10 Outstanding Movers of the Philippines, or TOMP, awarded by Save Me Movement last 2015 at the Malacanang Palace. He has been also the third placer in the Region 10 Career Service Professional Examination. He has published numerous researches on waste management and engineering with, as of today, 474 citations when with H index of 11. He has been also um, reviewer of various Scopus and ISI index journals such as Sustainable Environment Research Journal, the Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering, Bioresearch Technology Journal, and more. So we have many to mention. And he has been an associate editor of various research journals of Philippine higher education institutions, such as the Journal on Agro-Industrial Research and Development Journal, the Journal of Higher Education Research Disciplines, and the Journal of Science and Technology of the Southern Leyte State University. So currently, he is the university professor and the vice chancellor for academic affairs of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Claveria. So without further ado, it is my honor to introduce to you Dr. Renato O. Arazo.
Greetings from the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines. A pleasant good afternoon to all who are here virtually tuning in this lecture series of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I am personally thankful to the President of PUP, Dr. Manuel Bong Muhi, for inviting me again in this lecture series of the university. This afternoon, I will be talking about the techniques of publishing in ISI and Scopus Index Journal. I am very happy that I can present to you some of my experiences and my skills in publishing in ISI and Scopus Index Journal, particularly that in our university, particularly in USTP Claveria, we want that our undergraduate student thesis and project studies should be published in ISI and Scopus Index Journal. And that is one of the best practices in our campus here in USTP Claveria. And so therefore this afternoon, we will be talking about again the techniques of publishing in ISI and Scopus Index Journal. I am Dr. Renato O. Arazo, a holder of the Professorial Chair Award of PUP, a university professor in our university, and currently the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. So here we go. We will be discussing about the techniques of publishing in ISI and Scopus Index journals. I hope that you will have an idea on how you are going to do this. Many maybe have already some ideas on how publishing should be done, but like me, when there are opportunities, then I will be listening to some of the lectures, like seminars or trainings, because every day we are learning, and that according to my teacher before, repetition is the best so that you can learn a lot, and that everything that you learn will be put into practice. So the outline of my presentation, I'll be discussing on how to write an effective title of manuscript for publication, writing searchable and specific keywords, and then writing the introduction that is substantive, and of course sound materials and methods, writing the results and discussion, writing a conclusion and abstract, and then completing the package and correspondence. These are the things that should be written and should be done by a researcher, so that a paper out of the research engagement and research investigation in the laboratory or in the field shall be published in ISI or Scopus Index Journal. So we'll be discussing each of this topic in this afternoon. So first, this is the thing that I usually let my students look at before the start of their thesis. That if you wanted that you can contribute to the value of knowledge in your field, then you need to publish your paper. And that publishing a paper is like going into a certain direction where there are a lot of barriers. And you need to be ready, because there are some uh, activities that might not give you the positive decision so that your paper will be published. So again, based on the outline, this is the structure of research publication. We have search and find, then we need to tell a story, and then we need to provide context of our study. Of course, search and find, this is where we can find in the internet the activities that has been done or the publication that you once published in the internet. So this includes the title, meaning to say it should be that the title is searchable and can easily be found if somebody is browsing in the internet, including the abstract and the keywords of your research work. And of course, in the next the introduction, the methods, the results, and discussion, this is where you can tell a story as to what your work is really all about. In the introduction, you will be telling on the problem, how you are going to solve the problem, what are the ways wherein you can bridge the knowledge gap, or you can put some answers to the knowledge gap that is occurring in a certain area, and then you can make your own methods, and then you can simply tell a story, what is the result, and the interpretation of the result of your study. And of course, you will provide context when you make some conclusion as to what you have achieved in your study, and then some acknowledgement, references, and if there are supporting materials, then you can also provide supporting materials. So again, I'll be talking about the parts of the article when you want to publish your paper. And the first one is writing an adequate manuscript title. So in writing the manuscript title, all of us, most probably who are listening now, are academicians and researchers. But in a way, maybe when I give you some of this tips or ideas on how to write the title, this might add or might resolve, and you can like revise the title of your study if you have any before publication or submitting it to a journal for publication. So the title is it should be the one that contain the fewest possible words that adequately describe the content of the paper. Again, it should identify the main issue of the paper, or in my students, I always say main issue is the actor of your paper. So meaning to say, when if you are producing something, then you can say production. If you are developing something, then you can say development. So it will begin with the subject of the paper. If it is again development, then that's the beginning or the first three words of your paper. It should be accurate, unambiguous, specific, and complete, as short as possible. So it should not contain rarely used abbreviations. So do not use abbreviations that only you or some of the people surrounding you understand that certain abbreviation. And of course, a title should attract the readers. Remember, readers are the potential authors who will cite your article when they will be publishing also their work. And even when they are going into investigative work and they are looking for something where they can really say that this is the method, for example, that they wanted to pursue because this is published somewhere else. So again, I would like to reemphasize that it should attract the reader's attention. It should contain fewest possible words, and then it adequately describe what your study is all about. Informative, there is a main issue or a main actor that is there, and there is no technical jargon. So these are some of the examples of the original title and revised title. For example, if you'll be saying action of antibiotics on bacteria, this is very general, and so therefore you need to revise this because it is very general. And it was found in that certain paper that it is about inhibition of the growth of the bacteria. So inhibition is the main actor, so therefore the title starts with the word inhibition. There's also a title like preliminary observation on the effects. It is being revised because the activity or the main actor of the study is about looking for the effects of a certain anti-corrosion material. So the third one is about publication, but it is in the inside the paper. It's about electrospinning. So therefore, the title should start with the word electrospinning. So how to prepare the title? You need to make a list of the most important keywords. This is what I told to my students that you close your eyes and make a list of the most important keywords. And then think of a title that contains these words that you have listed. And then the title could state or should state the conclusion of the paper. If you're producing, then you can say production. If you're developing again, then you can say development. You need to rethink of the title before submitting your paper to a journal. So title never contains abbreviation, as what it said, chemical formulas, proprietary names, or jargon. So be careful of the grammatical errors due to faulty word order. And as a general rule, as much as possible, avoid the use of the word using in the title. So you keep the title short, it should be concise, but it should be conclusive. And then remove all uninformative phrases such as a study on, the nature of, a research on, a preliminary study on. These words are not needed, and therefore you need to remove this in the title of your research article. So for example, if there is like preliminary observation on the effects of salinity, then therefore the word preliminary observation is not necessary. So therefore it will, the title should be effects of salinity on the benthic distribution within the sanctuary in North Sea. Okay, so that's the example. So this is uh, some of the study or a study wherein we are putting emphasis on what is the main actor of the study and what are the specific in the title of the study. So in here it's about bio oil production. So meaning to say this is the main actor of the study that that this work is producing bio oil, and the specific is it is being produced from dry sewage sludge through past pyrolysis. So this is the specific that this certain study of mine is producing bio oil that is convertible to biodiesel, and the, 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 the raw material is dry sewage sludge, or shall we say, uh, sludge of fecal origin from the wastewater treatment facility. I studied this in USA, and it was found out that the waste of human being, or those domestic wastewater sludge, can be converted into bio oil with high potential in the biodiesel production. Another one is the main issue is about leaching of heavy metals from the residue of that certain biooil production from the domestic sewage sludge. We look into if there are heavy metals, where the heavy metals are deposited, and this is the main issue: leaching of heavy metals. And the specific is about the past pyrolysis residues produced from different particle size of sewage sludge. So again, what I am emphasizing here, that if you are making the title of your research article as much as possible, you need to see to it that the first 3 or 4 words is the main issue of your current work, or the main actor of your study. Okay, so that's what I am emphasizing. So common mistakes in making the title is with abbreviations or acronym. Sometimes it is all capital. As much as possible, the title of a study should not be all capital. It can be a title case or a sentence case to give way to some proper noun that should be capitalized, or for scientific name, for example, wherein the genus should have a capital first letter and all others are small letters. So the main actor is not found in the first 3 to 5 words. So supposedly the first 3 words should include, for example, development, evaluation, assessment, production, or mutual effect, or whatsoever. And also, there are titles that are too long, more than 20 words. As a general rule, as much as possible, the title should be less than 20 words. Next is writing searchable and specific keywords. So this is the words that we are going to put into our manuscript, so that when when there's somebody who will be searching in the internet, then if he hits this keyword, then your paper will be displayed in the, like, in the Google Scholar, or in the Google Chrome, or wherever it is being searched. Okay, so keywords in an electronic world, keywords determine whether your article is found or not. So if you really have a very good keyword that is searchable and very specific, then your work will be noticed and can be searched by researchers all over the world. So avoid making too general, like drug delivery, the mouse, for example, or disease, because these are too general term. Meaning to say, if you have this keyword, then millions of studies will be given to a certain person who is searching in that certain area. Or if it is too narrow also, then nobody will ever search for it in the internet. So effective approach: look at the keywords of articles relevant to your manuscript. You can go to some articles, you can look at the articles that you are reading, and then play with these keywords and see whether they return relevant papers, or it might be that these certain keywords are also true to you, to your work. So therefore, you can use that keywords because you believe that these are uh, the keywords that are in mind of some people who are searching in the internet. So the keywords are the levels of the manuscript. They are used by indexing and abstracting services. Again, it should be specific and should only use established abbreviations if there are any. So there is example here that if this is the article title, and then there are some keywords that are being presented. Remember, or if you're going to like observe in the keywords are separated by semicolon, because this is most mostly guide to authors or instruction to authors really say that in your manuscript you need to separate keywords by a semicolon. There are only very few journals saying that keywords can be separated by a comma. So these are example of the title, the article title, and the keywords that are related to the title. So check the guide for authors for any specific guidance on keywords. So I have here an example of the keywords in the study that is published this year about uh, this is related to steel sewage sludge or bio oil into biodiesel, and some keywords is like bio oil upgrading, catalysis, fast pyrolysis. So these are the most important keywords that I imagine that if a certain researcher wanted to go to the internet, then most probably these are the words that he will be searching in the internet. So whatever keywords that you put into your Microsoft Word in your manuscript, that will also be reflected in an article once it is already published by the journal. So these are common mistakes in the making or in the writing of keywords. Wrong separator, as what I have said. Uh, there are some journals saying semicolon and some saying comma as a separator. So follow what is written in guide to authors or instruction to authors. Usually semicolon. So another mistake is the keywords are all capital, or it is being presented in a sentence and not as keywords, and too general or plural term and multiple concepts. So avoid, for example, and or of in your keywords. Sorry. So another mistake is most of the instruction to authors says that it should be alphabetized. So there are keywords that are not alphabetized, so therefore the editor and the reviewer will say that please alphabetize your keywords, or your keywords are too divergent from the title. Next is writing a substantive introduction. So in writing the substantive introduction, the introduction should provide a brief context to the reader. It should address the problem that is, for example, in an industry or a community is experiencing. You will be doing some experiments so that a problem will be addressed. And then you need to identify solutions of that certain problem that is already being done and some limitations that has not been done yet, and then what work you can do to achieve and to fill the gap of the limitation that is being experienced in solving the problem, and it should provide a certain perspective consistent with the nature of the journal. So as much as possible, we need to write a unique introduction for every article that we are making. It is a no-no that we are going to reuse our introductions from one paper to the other. So this is an introduction. It is an inverted, it is like a panel from general to specific. So it will answer series of questions like what is the problem? Are there any existing solutions? Which one is the best? And then what is its main limitations and what do you hope to achieve? Again, from general to specific. So these are some, again, some answers. These are some of the questions that need answers in that you should articulate in your introduction. What is the problem? What are the existing solution? Which is the best solution in that certain problem that you are at hand? And then what are the main limitations of that solutions that has been done? And what do you hope to achieve in order to solve that problem, considering that there are already existing solutions but you are making new solutions, so you are going to articulate that. In the introduction, we need to pay attention to the following before you present your new data. put them into perspective first, be brief. It is not a history lesson. So when we are making an introduction, we don't have the luxury to put everything in our introduction. So do not mix your introduction with your result, discussion, conclusion. So it should be very separate. And then do not overuse some expressions such as novel, first time, first ever, or paradigm shift, and others. And of course, as what I have said, this is not a history lesson, so therefore we need to cite only relevant references. Otherwise, if your paper is not citing relevant references, the editor and the reviewer may think you don't have a clue what you are writing about. So this is the rule of thumb that I am telling to my students, particularly in my undergraduate students, because they are uh, submitting their paper in a journal, particularly iScience Corpus Index Journal. And I'm happy that usually 100% of our students' uh, thesis were accepted in an iScience Corpus Index Journal publication. So in my class, I always say to my students, this is the first thing that you're going to do in writing your introduction. The first paragraph. Tell me directly what's the problem you want to solve. So do not tell me whatever, but tell me directly what's the problem you want to solve. So I tell to my students that you cannot say that there is problem on the, or you can say that water is the lifeblood of the earth, but this is very general, but if you can say there is a problem in wastewater treatment facility, particularly in some contamination with pharmaceuticals, then tell me directly about that. I don't want very broad uh, discussion in the first paragraph, but it should be very specific to the problem that you want to solve. So I also told to my students that you need to do align your thoughts to the title of the paper. If the main point of your title is efficiency, then tell me in the first paragraph inefficiency problems needing solution. If it's about development, then tell me about some problems of the development of that certain new product. And of course, I am always telling to my students that tell me exact numbers of the problem that you want to solve, not general statement. For example, it is not good to say that the XYZ river is extremely populated with mercury. I cannot accept that as a good sentence in introduction. But if my student would say the XYZ river is polluted with mercury at 1,000 parts per million, then that is good. And of course, at the end of this, because there is a number, there is a reference as to who says that it's 1,000 part per million. The second paragraph will tell the second paragraph of the introduction should tell existing solutions made by others of the current problem. So I'm telling to my students, if this is the problem, then what others are doing. Tell me this person is doing this and this is the result. This person is doing this and this result. So what other works have found? uh, the second paragraph should tell important findings of the existing solutions that has been made out of the problem that you want also to give solutions. So again, as much as possible, I am asking, or in the second paragraph, there should be exact values that a certain articles should present so that we can really say that there are solutions already and these are what has been found in that certain study that has been conducted. The third paragraph in writing an introduction, as a rule of thumb to my students, I said to them that the third paragraph should tell me limitations and knowledge gap of what has been done. Meaning to say, if these things has already been done by some researcher, what has not been done? And then, because if these things are not being done, then that is already a knowledge gap wherein you can then start making some research out of that knowledge gap. So the third paragraph should articulate a clue that will lead or give ideas as to what a certain researcher will do in that certain research, or what the researcher has been done if that's already a conducted research in the in that certain introduction. It will give a clue as to what is being done by the researcher. And the fourth paragraph is about telling the reader what you're going to do to address the limitation or the knowledge gap. It should articulate the objective of the current work and a general description of how a certain researcher will do it in order to solve that certain problem. There's a note that I really put in here. It is not necessary that introductions shall exactly have 4 paragraphs only. You may have more than 4 paragraphs, but the sequence of the presentation is suggested to be of that order. That is because if you have that 4 sequence of what should be written the first, second, third, and fourth paragraph, then you can tell a story. So this is only a rule of thumb that I am telling to my students, especially that they are undergraduate students. And then we have writing and sound materials and methods. Because after introduction in publishing a paper, the next section is the materials and methods. So sound materials and method. The first one is we need to provide enough details so readers can understand and replicate our work as much as possible. If you are a reviewer or people who are reviewing our paper per publication, I would really look at the replicability of our work. If our work will be read by others, then can they do it also at their own? If that is not being established, then the reviewer might reject your paper because there is no way that it can be replicated by some other researchers in the future. And it should explain how you studied the problem. You need to identify the procedures that you follow in conducting your study. If there are new methodology, then you need to put details of the methodology that you are doing. Otherwise, the name otherwise name or cite the method that is previously published if you are using some methods that are already published somewhere else. So example of articulating the method and citing the previously published work. I have here a title of a study of my friend about application of central composite design in the optimization of lipid yield from microalgae. Then it is being highlighted here. What is being highlighted here is that the samples were oven dried at 105 degrees Celsius for 24 hours, and then there's an open and close parenthesis 21. That is previously published work wherein it says that it should be oven dried at 105 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Another example is the same about previously published work, but in this case, the author of this paper is self-citing his work. It is because the second work is a continuation of the first publication that he did. So that is why he is the first author of the title in up about upgrading of the syndesmos obliquus oil, and the same time in the materials and method he's citing his own paper because again this is the continuation of the paper or of the work wherein the first part of the work is republished and the second part is this paper. That's why he is citing his own paper. This is another one, articulating the method and citing the previously published work. So if there are some procedures that are based on the previously published work elsewhere, then you can cite that certain author of that certain paper. Of course, in the sound materials and method, you need to include the frequency of observations and the type or types of data that were recorded. It's also very good to be precise in describing the measurement and to include errors of measurement or the research design limits. And of course, identify the equipment and materials that were used. So, for example, in identifying the equipment and materials that are being used, so you need to, what is being highlighted here is laboratory mill, and then you put the model for Wiley mill, Thomas Scientific, because this is the one that producing this certain equipment, and then it is being sieved in a certain brass test sieve, and then there is also a certain company and the country where it is being produced. Okay, so as that is one of the requirements if we will be writing materials and methods, so that we will know if the equipment that are being used by the researcher is acceptable or like in terms of standard, is it good or not. And then we need to use proper notations including chemical formulas and symbols. So if it's nickel, if it is uh, if there are some chemical compounds, then we need to write it correctly. And also present, we need to present the control that is being used by the study if there is any. No, so we need to write that in our materials and methods. Also, it is very important that we need to give or write the vendor's name and address of the equipment. So you have already noticed there that there are some like USA. So for example, Fourier transform infrared analyzer, and then it's being highlighted there that it is being the if they are is owned or produced by Shimadzu Incorporated, particularly from Houston, Texas, USA. Also, all chemicals must be identified, like the purity and the supplier. Like what is being highlighted here as an example is that the N-hexane, and then we put open and close parentheses, that is 97% from hypersol, and then isopropyl is 99.5% in terms of purity, and purchased by from where? So that is from VWR International. So that's how we are going to put chemicals, particularly in terms of purity and the supplier. Of course, in the materials and method, we need to write it in past tense. So it's a no-no when a reviewer like me will be reading your manuscript and then it is not written in the past tense, and it is very clear, and it is very clear that these things are being done in the laboratory. So as much as possible, we should also observe this because this is very important. And then, of course, we need to read and follow other instructions from the guide or instruction for authors of the chosen journal. If you choose already the journal that you wish to publish your paper, then read the guides for authors, because this is where you will know what this certain journal is asking from you when you submit your paper. So each journal has its own guide for authors. So therefore, what is true to one journal is not true to the other journal. In terms of formatting, in terms of other requirements aside from the manuscript, each of the journal has its own guide for authors for you to be acquainted and for you to prepare what you are going to have before you start the submission in the journal. Next is writing the result of your paper. So when you have already conducted your activity in the laboratory, and then you will be writing the results and discussion. So there are two ways wherein we can write. It can be results and discussion. There are journals wherein the results and discussion are in one section, and there are also journals wherein results is one section, and then at the bottom after the results the discussion will follow. But most of the journals, the one where I submitted my my papers, are usually results and discussion are one section. So when we write a result is just the data that we have like analyzed and processed in the laboratory. So it's about the main findings. So you need to decide what are the data that you are going to share and not to share. So it should be the finding from the experiment described in the methods section. So highlight the findings that differ from findings in previous publications and the unexpected findings because these are important. Of course, results is about the result of the statistical analysis that you are employing in your data. So the results are usually being presented either by a figure or a table. So when you have this illustration of a picture or a table, make sure that it really illustrates as to what are the data that you have gathered in the laboratories or in the lab. So figures and tables are the most efficient way to present the results. So results are the driving force of publication because this is where a certain person will look into if he wanted to know what you have found in your work. So figures and tables should not need further explanation or description in the text. In my case, when I look at the paper for review, for example, in some ISI and Scopus Index journal that are sent in my email for review, I usually look at the figures and tables first, and then after looking at that, I have already an idea as to what the study is all about. And that's the time that I need to read an abstract, a conclusion, and then I have already some ideas as to what the study is all about. It says that one picture is worth 1,000 words, and so therefore, in making a result, we see to it that the figures and the tables are really very presentable, and it stand alone. That by just looking at it, we can understand what it is all about. So it's about visualization. So the caption and the legend should be self-explanatory to enable the figure to stand alone. So this is the one that I am talking. So we need to maximize the visual versus the space. So the graph should be uncrowded. So it should have the X and Y axis label. And then the font size should be not too small and not too big. But if your paper is using a font size of 12, then as much as possible, your figure is also like font size of 12 when it is being put into the manuscript. So there are some example of this one. So it should contain, the tables and the figures should contain sufficient explanatory details to make the figure understood easily without referring to the text. This is what I am talking that when I look at the paper for review in some ISA and Scopus Index and journals that requires me or ask me for my free review of these papers, I look at the figures and tables. If I can understand it, then I have an idea that this work is worth like reviewing and worth reading. So so in the result, the appearance counts. So 3 or 4 data sets per figure. And then, of course, you need to have a well-selected scale. It should have appropriate access label size. As what I've said, if your manuscript has a 12 font size, then use 12 font size. And if you are using Times New Roman, therefore your figure and table should also have a Times New Roman. So each photograph must have a scale marker of professional quality in a corner as much as possible. It should not be in French, German, or Chinese or Korean. As much as possible, it should be in English. And then do not include long and boring tables. There are also some researcher wherein they are presenting the result in a narrative form, and there are a lot of data that are being written in a paragraph or two. So if your data can be written in or can be presented in a table before presenting it in a narrative form or in a text, that is better. So, but if it is like two rows only, maybe it is not required. But if that is more than two rows in terms of data, it is really required. So if you're going to look at the left side of this PowerPoint slide, you can really see that there are a lot of data that is being presented. And if you're going to read it, this one, you will really be lost as to uh, at a loss as to what are this data is all about. So these are some illustrations. Uh, this is another one that a certain reviewer or a certain uh, researchers should have in mind if they are going to publish their work, that there is no duplication of the information in one article. If you present it in a table, present it in a table and no figure. If you're going to present it in a figure, then present your data in a figure and no table. No duplication, that you have a table at the same time for purposes nga for purposes that it will be like more or clearer to the reader, and then you make another presentation, and from the figure you will make a table. So it's a no-no. When you present in table and no figure. If you present in figure and no table of a certain data, no? So this one, the data in the figure is also being presented in a table. So figure and then presented in a table. So it's a no-no in the research article for publication in a journal. So again, the what is being emphasized here is that the graph repeats what the table describes. So also, as what I have said, content in illustrations should be meaningful. So here, if you have noticed, there are a lot of zero that are being presented in the column. So as much as possible, we need to remove all of this because these are not important, because it will make us, if there are a lot of zero, but there is no bearing in a certain column, so it will make when we read it, it's a little bit harder to read with all of this zero than having numbers without zero. In presenting a figure, if we are going to look at this one, then we cannot see that there is a trend of the data. We are imagining as to how the triangle looks like if you're going to connect them, how the square looks, the behavior or the data of all the square would look like if you're going to connect them. So therefore, this is a poor figure if you're going to put this in your research manuscript. This is better because the certain legend is being improved. Not all abbreviations or as previously presented. These are all uh, acronyms of the square, the triangle. These are all acronyms. So now it is being articulated as to what are this all about. But meaning to say, we can say that this is a better illustration of the data presented. But this is the best because you are telling the certain reader that this is the behavior of the data that you have derived or you gathered in the laboratory. Excuse me. And then, as much as possible, the table shall have three horizontal lines. So it is not good to see tables having a lot of horizontal and vertical lines. So if you have noticed, The table at the top, the upper portion is already a good table, but with a lot of horizontal and vertical lines. So if you've noticed, when we look at the bottom, it is better because there are only three horizontal lines. So this is a better table presentation compared to having horizontal and vertical lines. And then the common units shall be at the top of each column. If you have noticed that the gravel, for example, in the upper table has all of the data has percentage from the three data in the column has percentage, but at the bottom the percentage is already put in the gravel and then open and close parenthesis percentage. We need to say the 3.4, the 2.5, and the 0 are all percentages. Okay, so as much as possible, we should see to it that we can have a presentation like this in making the table or figure. Also avoid long and boring tables. So this is an example of a very crowded table. So giving all of these ratios to two significant figures after the decimal points is simply not justified by the accuracy of measurement. So if you have a data sets like this in a research article or in an article that is being published somewhere else, then we cannot understand this table. So as much as possible, we need to avoid long and boring table. So guides for figure and table. So figure title at the bottom, table title at the top, and then introduce each table or figure in a text. So example in the right, it is being highlighted that in the text as it is being said there that experiment are shown in table 1, and then there is table. So it is not good as a writer or a research uh, person that you cannot have like text. You cannot mention the table number or the table in the text, but you have the table that you have presented or a figure without mentioning a figure and its number in the text. So the same as here, this is about figure. So it is being said here, shown in figure 3, and then you have figure number 3 as a corresponding figure that you have in your text. So this is very important that if you have a figure, then it is being called in the text of that certain research article. So it should have the figure at the table should have high resolution. It should be legible. That's what I have said. If the font size is 12, then put font size of the text is 12, then you can have your table and your figure have also a font size of 12. And clearly formatted. You indicate some errors or error bars and deviation if you have data, because this is very important so that we can understand the how the deviation of your data. So of course you have a detailed caption, particularly in your title. So this is I am talking about, showing the error or deviation in your data. So in this certain graph that we can see at the left side, there is like an eye that is being presented in each of the bar graph, and that is called as error bars. And on the right is the table, and then there is a plus and minus in the data, and that can be standard error or standard deviation. In this case, this is standard deviation. So if I am reviewing a paper, as much as possible, I am looking into that the data has standard error or standard deviation. As much as possible, we need to be consistent in the use of our SI units. As much as possible, it should be correct. So there are a lot of mistakes that I can find in many research articles that are submitted for me to review, like the kilograms is kgs, the hours is abbreviated as HRS, and so on and so forth. So as much as possible, we should be very careful on abbreviating, particularly on the SI unit. Of course, we need to be consistent in terms of our abbreviation. If we are using H for an hour, then H for the whole manuscript. And it is not also good that you are using H in some of to represent an hour in some of your paper, but the minutes are being spelled out as minutes. So if you are using some abbreviation, then use abbreviations in most in parts of your paper. You need to check also the numerical presentation as much as possible. In many of the journals, it is being said that the numerical value and the unit are being separated by a space. That exclude percentage, because if you said 100%, then there is no space. But most of the numerical presentation, it should be separated by a space. So 50 cm should be written as 50 space cm, or 10 kilograms should be written as 10 space kg. That is the general rule. Common mistakes: raw data is being presented, no standard deviation, no standard error, sometimes boring error is being presented. Also, I have noticed in many of the research articles that I read and I reviewed, that the graph and the table have the same data. And of course, super mix result and discussion. The discussion and interpretation of the data are mixed with the result. So, as much as possible, we should first have the result and then the discussion. Not result, discussion in one paragraph. Another common mistakes is no figure or table. So there are data that are being presented with a lot of values but without figure or a table. So it's a no-no also if we have a lot of data and then you are not presenting it in a figure or a table. Or it might be that there is no method or material reported in the methodology section but with results that are being presented. This is also true, particularly if a paper is being taken from a big research like a dissertation or a project, and then sometimes when a certain researcher make an article for publication, in the methodology it is not being stated, but there are a lot of results that can be found in the results and discussion. Next is writing a discussion. Again, the results is only about presentation of the figure and presentation of the table, and then putting in a text what you can see in the table or in the figure. The discussion is about what our result or the meaning of the results of our investigative work. So it is the most important section of the article, because if your article lacks discussion, therefore that certain research manuscript or that certain article is weak, and most probably most of the reviewer will reject if the discussion is weak. Okay, so do not make statements that go beyond what the result can support, or do not suddenly introduce new terms or ideas in the discussion. Usually, a discussion, you need to present the result followed by discussion. In my with my students, I really say that you have one paragraph for the result, and then after one paragraph for the result, talking about a certain figure or a table, and then the next paragraph should interpret what that result is or about. So result one paragraph, and then discussion the next paragraph, and then you are talking in the same table or the same figure for at least two paragraphs, one paragraph for the result and one paragraph for the discussion. So again, keep separate from data, clearly distinguished by a paragraph, as what I have said, section, and or like if it is already or if it is presented in the same paragraph, then there is a word like are interpreted to show, meaning to say that is the start that you are making some discussion. You can subdivide your interpretation when necessary, particularly if it is about social sciences studies from local or small scale to regional, and to international. Again, the discussion is the most important section of your study. So make the discussion correspond to the result, and you need to complement them. And then compare published results with your own. So be careful not to use statements that go beyond what the results can support. Non-specific expressions, new terms not already defined or mentioned in your paper, or some speculations. It is not good to have some speculations or interpretations that are based only on your imaginations. So this is the rule of thumb that I am telling to my students in my undergraduate. The first paragraph in the result in each table or in each figure. So first paragraph, if they present a certain table or figure, the first paragraph is tell me what can be found in each table or figure that you have presented. You may highlight extreme values, but never forget to mention, and also never forget to mention the table or figure in the text. So you need to call that this is about table 1, this is about figure 1. Again, that is how I told my students that if you're presenting a table or a figure, the first paragraph should tell me about the result, what can be found in that certain table or figure. So example of this, uh, by the way, we need to avoid a sentence just to introduce a table or a figure, because in research article, as much as possible, we need to minimize writing unnecessary sentences. So two sentences can be stated in one sentence. Here is an example. These are two sentences saying figure 2 shows the yield of imminent seeds via UASA at variable extraction. As shown in the table, the highest peak is 42.4% at 25 minutes. We can simply say that the oil yield from imminent seeds via UASA at the variable extraction time is highest at 25 minutes with 42.4%. Open and close parentheses, figure 2. So I also told my students, and of course you, especially those researchers who are publishing or starting to publish their paper, we can also have this, that as much as possible we will avoid introducing our figure or table in one sentence or two, because you can simply put it in an open and closed parenthesis. The second paragraph of the result and discussion should discuss or interpret the result. As what I've emphasized, if there is a table or figure that are presented by my students in their article, the first paragraph should discuss about the result. The second paragraph should write about the result. The second paragraph should discuss or interpret what the result or what is that table or figure is all about. So qualitatively, is your findings similar or in contrast to other previous works? So I always told to my students, you need to tell me similarities or differences of the data, higher or lower than the previous work. Therefore, they can really say that this data is higher than what has been found by De La Cruz, and then and then after that they are going to uh, tell the reason why it is higher or lower than what is being found by previous work. I always say why, and why the result is like that. As a researcher, we need to cite reasons of other works why the trend or outcome is behaving as such. So that is what the second paragraph in each table or figure uh, is what the second paragraph should contain if there is a table or a figure that is being presented. So if only one paragraph for result and discussion, because there are instances that are very limited words we can put in the result. So if only one paragraph for results a discussion of a figure table, uh, we need to see to it that we can distinguish the start of a discussion, like using the word are interpreted, the result implied that, and others. So then we can say that the result is represented, and this is the start of the discussion and interpretation because there are words like are interpreted, the result implied, and all. So remember that discussion articulates the reasons or the meanings of the data that are being presented in a table or a figure. Next is writing a conclusion. So after you have results and discussion, then you can write your conclusion. Again, this is also a major part of a research article because a conclusion is a section of a research article for submission in the journal. So it will explain how your work advances the present state of knowledge. It is as much as possible, do not repeat what you are saying in your result and what you are talking in your abstract. We need to be clear that what we are writing in our conclusion is what we have found in the research work that we are doing and what are the new body of knowledge that uh, we can contribute to our own field. So, how the work advances the field from the present state of knowledge. It should have a clear conclusion section that will help reviewers to judge your work easily. So what you are going to do, present global and specific conclusion in relations to the objectives. Indicate what are the uses of your outcome of your research. It can be extensions and the limitations if it is appropriate. Of course, suggestion of future experiments if there's something to be done that is not yet done of your work, so that other researchers can also work on things that are not under the scope or within the scope of your study. So do not summarize your paper because the abstract is the one that summarizes what the paper is all about. So do not also make a list of trivial statement of your result or make judgment about the impact of your result. It's a no-no that you can really say that this contribute to the increase of whatsoever in the world, whatsoever, or this can help in the attaining sustainable development goals because these are very broad things. So we should be very specific as to what are our contributions, particularly when we have already the conclusion of our work. So it's about summary of contribution and future researches. So again, after reaching conclusion, then we can write the abstract. The abstract is can be found at the first page usually of your research article, but usually this is being written last. This is about the summary of the content of the research. It's about it is brief but contains sufficient details, particularly on the motivation for the work, the project objectives, the techniques or the methods that are being employed, and then the major results, the discussion, and the conclusion of your work. So you need to follow the structure of your paper. Usually it's about IMRAD, and then you need to summarize the background, the motivation, the methods, the result, the conclusion, and the impact of the aim. So this is the summary of the manuscript or the article, usually 50 to 250 words, or dependent on the journal as articulated in the guide to authors. There are journals saying only 100 words in the abstract. Other journals says 150 words. You need to select which of the data you are going to present and how you are going to uh, minimize the number of words in your abstract. Again, what to write about the problem or the motivation, the purpose of your work, the methods, the result, and the conclusion. This is the rules in the making of the abstract. So as much as possible, it should be brief, And this is a rule, follow the rule of 10. So this is also what I'm telling to my students. Follow the rule of 10. 1 to 2 sentences telling about the aim of your work. And then 2 to 3 sentences about the materials and methods. 2 to 3 sentences about the results. And 2 sentences about discussion and conclusion. If you can follow this rule of 10, then you can have a very good abstract in your study. So tell the readers what you did and the important findings. Remember that the abstract is the advertisement for your article, because this can be seen when somebody will be searching in the internet. If it is uh, published in a journal that is for subscription, only your abstract can be read by the researchers or those who are looking in the internet. So be accurate and specific. A clear abstract will strongly influence if your work is considered further. Okay, so the abstract should precisely reflect the content of a paper. This is an example for what and how. So and then what was being found. Again, if you can follow the rule of 10, then you can have a very good abstract. This is not a very good abstract because it is too detailed. There are a lot of things that are being said in here. Therefore, a certain reader cannot understand what you are talking about if you have an abstract like this. They're also unspecific or uninformative in new ways. For example, you can specify what are these new ways. Very small, you can write a number, how small or how big is the value, or various temperature, you can write what is the temperature. So common mistakes in the abstract: too much background or method information with figures or images that are being presented, with references of other literature, because as much as possible, abstract is a standalone. It is about the work that you are doing, the summary of the work that you are doing. Therefore, there is no reference that should be found in abstract as much as possible. Or there are unknown acronyms that are presented in the abstract. Those are some common mistakes I found when I review some abstracts. The use of abbreviation is not correct. That's what I've said. Kilograms should be written as kg and not kgs, or hours should be written uh, as H and not HRS and others. And the numerical value don't have a space before the unit, with some exemption like angle or percentage. So example are centimeter, kilograms, and all. And then if you are going to have a comparison between the abstract and the conclusion, the abstract is a brief summary of each of the main parts of the article: introduction, methods, result, and discussion, and even the conclusion. But the conclusion is what is achieved based on the objective. What are the answers to the knowledge gap that you have presented in the introduction? So the abstract's about short story about what is in it, no matter how good or bad valuables or scrap. But the conclusion is the statement about the findings justified by the detailed content. It will spell out contribution. The abstracts about what is done by the researcher in the given paper. That conclusion is what is accomplished in the paper under consideration. In other way of saying it, the abstract is like a movie trailer, but the conclusion is about the objective of the movie in light of the evidence and arguments given in the certain movie. So the conclusion is about statement of decision reached based on findings, One who reads the results and discussion can make a conclusion. It does not make sense to write a conclusion like we have shown this and that by using this and that method. One just read the results and discussion and abstract. Again, the conclusion should always be about what you have found and what are your novel contribution to that certain problem under investigation. And of course, if you're writing a paper, you need to have some acknowledgement. You need to acknowledge your advisors, financial supporters and funders, proofreaders and typists, for example, suppliers whom you have donated materials. You need to acknowledge those people. And then referencing. Give just 2 to 3 pertinent references in a proper context. As much as possible, do not lump one all the references without specifying as to where the certain people have contributed in terms of the method, for example. So these are example that instead of putting 4-8 in as a reference, then you can uh, specify as to what method uh, they are doing in their research work that are published in the journal, reputable journal. So this after that you have already all the parts or section of your paper. Then you can do some formatting and packaging. If you have already your title, you have your keywords, you have your abstract, your introduction, materials and methods, results and discussion, conclusion, some reference list, and then acknowledgement there any, then you can have guides. Then this is now formatting and packaging. So rule of thumb, read carefully the guides or instructions for authors. In each journal, as what I said, there are guides or instruction for the authors so that we will know, or you as author will know, what you are going to prepare and how you are going to prepare all of the needed files that you need to attach or submit once you start the submission of your article in a certain journal. So sequence of article parts, I have already discussed this one, that there should have a title, author affiliation, corresponding author, keywords, abstract, introduction, up to references. So these are example. In submitting a manuscript, usually it is being submitted in a Microsoft Word, and this is usually how it looks like. So of course, there's a title at the top, and then authors the, are being presented after the title, and then author affiliation that includes the college where that certain author is affiliated, the university if it's a university, the municipality, the country, and the zip code. And then after that, you also need to specify who is the corresponding author. This corresponding author is the author wherein the publisher or the journal can send the updates of your paper once you submit your paper in that journal. You need to insert line numbers because these are the reference of the reviewer. Once they will be reviewing your paper, then they can just simply say in page 1 line 18 what's wrong in that certain line. That's the reference, so you need to put some line numbers. Of course, you need to put superscript in the author. If you have noticed, there is A, B, C, D there, so that when you put author's affiliation, you can simply have this certain superscript, and then add asterisk for corresponding author. So corresponding author, again, this is a person who will submit and receive emails and the status of the paper. Of course, this is how abstract should look like. After the this first page, this one, Then it should start with the abstract. This is the abstract. It should be one paragraph only. And then after the abstract, you have a keyword. Again, this is in the Microsoft Word, because most of the paper, when you submit paper, it should be written in the Microsoft Word or LaTeX. So this is the keywords, and then this is an introduction after the keywords. These are the materials or materials and method, or the experimental section of your paper. The third one, or number 3 section, is about results and discussion. You can use subsections such as 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and others. If you're making a table, so table entry or row is usually single space. Most of the guide to authors or instruction to authors table should be single space, and the title should be written at the top. So if you have figures, so the figures should have complete X and Y axis title with units if possible. So in this case, the X axis title is with numbers with units, and then the Y axis is absorbance also with units. And then, as much as possible, no inside title within the figure, because you already have the title of the figure at the bottom, so no inside title within the figure. What I'm saying inside title is like this: NPK uptake of tomato, and then you have the title figure 2 NPK uptake of tomato, so it's already redundant. So again, there is no inside title should be omitted in a figure because it is not needed. I've seen this in many of the studies that are given to me for review. So again, no inside title within the figure. Of course, you will have conclusions, and then you have acknowledgement. So acknowledgement of a sentence or two. Conflict of interest, because some papers or some journals really say that you need to also articulate if there is conflict of interest. So you need to put that in your manuscript, or some of the papers or journals really say that you need to have a separate file for conflict of interest. You need to know if it should be put in an article, or it should be separated with a separate file name, and then the references. So declare conflict of interest if it is required. And then after that, when you submit, after submitting your paper, then that's the time that you are going to handle correspondence. Email the reviewer or the editor will email you of the result, whether your paper is accepted, rejected, minor revision, or major revision, or what are lacking in your paper, and then that's correspondence. So getting your paper back, usually rejected without review from the reviewer alone, then the reviewer can only say that this paper is not good. Approximately 35% of papers are rejected at the table. And then it might be very slim chance that once you submit your paper, it will be accepted right there and then at first submission. Also very slim chance that you can have minor revisions. Most usually is a major revision, or revise and resubmit, or reject after review. I have there are some papers I review that is already like uh, resubmitted 5 times, meaning to say revised 5 times, and then when it go into my email, I look at it, and then I found out that this paper is not good for acceptance, because there are some data that are suspicious. Then I'll say that this can be rejected, and even if it's already revised 5 times, there is no assurance that it will be accepted, because there might be instances that your paper really needs some reviewer to really say that this is not acceptable because there are suspicious methods or data presented. So minor revision, this is what minor revision is all about. But again, if it is minor revision, it does not guarantee acceptance after revision. It might be that after you revise, even though it's minor, then the editor or the reviewer can then reject your paper because they have found out that it is not good for publication. Major revision, the manuscript may be worth to be published, but there are significant deficiencies that must be corrected before acceptance, so you need to have major revision. Again, the same, there is no guarantee that if you submit a paper, a revised paper with major revision that is being given by the editor or reviewer, there is no guarantee that that paper will be accepted. It might be that after submitting your revised manuscript, it can not be accepted but rejected. Of course, you need to respond to the reviewer's comments. If the reviewer says that this is wrong, then how you are going to respond? Something like this one. Reviewers comment, the method, device, paradigm the authors propose is clearly wrong. That is how cruel sometimes the reviewers are. Then, how not to respond? Do not say that, yes, we know. We thought we could still get a paper out of it. Sorry. So that is not a good answer. Or the reviewer will say, the authors failed to reference the work of Smith et al., who solved the same problem 20 years ago. Then do not reply with this, huh? We didn't think anybody had read that. Actually, their solution is better than ours. So because if you are having that certain reply or respond to the comments of the reviewer, then that is not good. No, each of the reviewers' comment should have an answer from your end once you revise your manuscript. So correct response might be something like this. The reviewer raises an interesting concern. However, as the focus of this work is exploratory, not performance-based, validation was not found to be of critical importance to the contribution of the paper. Okay? Or correct response might be in the second reviewer comment, the reviewer raises an interesting concern. However, our work is based on completely different first principles, and then we use different variable names and has a much more attractive graphical user interface, and so on and so forth. If you have this kind response, then there might be a chance that your paper will be published. I have an example also like this. This is from our publication wherein it is revised, and this is how we respond to the editor. No? So you make a reply to the editor, to editors or editor, and reviewers comment as one file in MS Word. No? So something like this. This is one file wherein we put the title of our paper, and then the journal where we submitted our paper, and then we write the editor, and we also discuss what our response to each of the comment. No? So, for example, please delete outside box and provide a vertical line for the beginning of x-axis. So, our reply, the authors understand the need to delete the outside box. Thus, we have deleted it already. Okay, so something like that in the response to the comments of the reviewers or editors. In revised manuscript, in a revised manuscript, highlight your corrections in red or blue font, or red guides for authors if it's a red or a blue. So, for example, something like this. So there are already sentences with red font. So these are already revisions from the original paper that has been submitted. So meaning to say, in the response to authors, then you can say that in line 104 to 107, we revise the ultrasonication process description, and that can be seen in line 104 to 107. So make a revised manuscript again in MS Word. Usually, if it's a revised manuscript, the file name that we usually put is revised manuscript. And then you make a cover letter. So something like this, because some of the journals really look for a file name, for a cover letter. So and sometimes it is mandatory, so you make your own cover letter. So we have also some example of our cover letter that we submitted to the journal when we start the submission of our articles. Submission checklist, rule of thumb again, read carefully the guide for authors, because not only the manuscript that you're going to submit, but there are some others that you need to submit when you go through the process of the submission of your paper. This is the manuscript, as what I said a while ago. In the previous slides, there are 12 to 13 sections in the manuscript: the title, the author affiliation, the introduction, the materials and methods, and all. And then again, as what I've said, you need to prepare cover letter, especially if it is mandatory of the journal that you're going to submit. Author's name and email addresses, suggested reviewer. You need to look for reviewers. You need to suggest who will review your paper. So do not suggest your friend or somebody in the country if you are submitting in the ASI Scopus Index Journal. You need to suggest reviewers that are expert in the field as much as possible, not in our country. Other files: highlights, statement of novelty, graphical abstract, and conflict of interest. What are these? So going forward, the sequence of the article parts, as what I've said, this one until references. This is the manuscript, what contains the manuscript. And then if it is a doable blind review, so the first page should only have the title up to the corresponding author, composes the title page, and then the manuscript will be separate with no name of the authors. Because if your journal will say this is a double blind review, then they will be asking the title page and the manuscript. So this is the title page and the manuscript. So this is how it looks like. Tables and figures. There are some journals saying that you need to separate or submit table separately and figures separately. So do as being instructed in the guides to authors. You need to complete, if it says that the table and figure should have complete caption, meaning to say that the title of the figure or table is understood by somebody who will be looking at it. It can stand alone by just looking at the table or figure with its title. Then it can be understood by someone looking at it. So one table or figure in each page, if it is separated in different file, in this Word file, then if you have 5 tables, then it should be 5 pages the image Word containing all the tables. If you have 10 figures, then 10 pages image Word file for all the figures. Again, 1 page per table or figure. This is a cover letter example. I have represented this. Author's name and email addresses. Author shall be arranged according to contribution of the work. Make sure that all names are correctly spelled out. No ghost authorship and no gift authorship. When I said gift authorship, do not write the name of your friend in that certain journal, because you are friends even if that person does not help in the making of that certain paper, from conceptualization up to interpretation and revising of the paper. Or ghost authorship, somebody is working with you with that paper but you did not put his or her name, so that is ghost authorship. So do not do, or please avoid guest gift authorship and ghost authorship. And then of course use decent email addresses. So these are some example. When I was in my PhD, I have this very not advisable email address, and then my advisor says, please make a decent email address, because this is already publishing and academic communities will be looking at your work. Suggested reviewers, identify and find info of suggested reviewers. You need to know the complete name, the affiliation, the email addresses, and the reason for choosing him or her. In my case, I usually pick up from my reference list. So, if possible, pick the corresponding author in the reference list with publication in a journal you intend to submit your work. If the journal is about environmental engineering and then there's somebody in your reference list who published in environmental engineering, then that is a very good pick that you can like suggest as reviewer of your paper, as long as that person the study of that person is very related to your work. So the corresponding author has info in the paper, particularly in the paper that are published in iScience Corpus Index Journal. So you need to find it in that certain paper. Science Direct, for example, Springer, you can find the complete name, the affiliation, the email address, the reason of the email address of the corresponding author. So that's how I did it when I am asked of reviewers or suggested reviewers of my paper for that I submitted in a certain journal. Highlights. Highlights are a short collection of bullet points that convey the core findings of the article, submitted in a separate editable file, usually with the file name highlights, usually 3 to 5 bullet points. So maximum of 85 characters, including spaces per bullet point. Very short collection of bullet points. Example, something like this. One line highlights of the major findings of your work. Statement of novelty, usually 100 words. You need to explain why the work should be published. If it is asked in a separate document, then you can have file name of statement of novelty. So when preparing the statement, do address the significance and novelty of the work and why the work should be considered. Paper that lack significant novelty usually are being rejected, particularly if that certain journal is asking for a statement of novelty. So these are examples of the statement of novelty of a paper. Graphical abstract, some journal also is asking for a graphical abstract of your paper. So this is about images that clearly represents the work described in the article. So graphical abstract should be submitted usually as a separate file. Usually the file name is graphical abstract. And the guide to authors usually give you the image size of the graphical abstract that you're going to submit. These are examples of the graphical abstract. The work of Hua Ai. So this is the graphical abstract that is submitted in the Advanced Drug Delivery Reviews. In the latest paper that I have submitted, this is also the graphical abstract that is being made by the authors, particularly with my co-authors. So we are presenting here that the sewage sludge can be processed and it will be converted into biodiesel. So conflict of interest, these are example of how you are going to say conflict of interest in terms of funding, in terms of if there are grants that are being received by the authors. If there is no conflict exists, then you can then say that the authors declare that they have no conflict of interest. Author's declaration, it might also that the journal will say that you need to really write about conflict of interest in like a formal letter. So you are going to have something like this. Other considerations, one author has been designated as corresponding author with contact details, the email address, and the postal address. Of course, your manuscript should include all of this: keywords, figures, tables, graphical abstract if it is required, highlight files if it is required, or some are asking supplemental files. It is also very important that you need to spell check and grammar check your manuscript. It is not good for reviewers to read your papers that are having misspelled words. The grammar is not good. The order of representation is not that good. So as much as possible, you need to be very careful in this. All references mentioned in the reference list should be cited in the text and vice versa. If there are copyrighted materials that are being used, the permission should be obtained first before using that certain copyrighted material. So, in closing, I can say that those are the things that I can share to you in terms of research publication in iScience Scopus Index Journal. I hope you have a takeaway of what I have presented. As what I have said, those are the things that I have discussed to my students in my undergraduate subject, particularly in thesis, and I am proud that my students had really published their paper in iScience Corpus Index Journal with citations in just a month or two after publication. So you are on your way of publishing an award-winning journal article. I have been to PUP and discussing on things like this on publication 101, on how to write a paper to be published, and on what are the uh, things that can aid in publishing, like the use of Mendeley. Maybe we can also discuss about how we can use Grammarly, how we can use Killbot, how we can use some other materials that can be used uh, in publishing journal article. Uh, to PUP key officials and top management, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity that you have given me this avenue for me to uh, give some insights on how to publish a journal article. With that, I would say God bless to all. If you have some questions related to this presentation that I have, I am very willing to answer your questions. Again, thank you very much. And I would like to say a disclaimer statement that all informations and content in the slides are provided solely for general information and reference purposes. The speaker does not claim ownership of all the materials herein, though I put some sources, some of which are snipped from reliable sources. But the sources are being acknowledged in each of the uh, slide that I have presented. These are some of the references that I use when I made the slides that I have presented to you this afternoon. With that, again, thank you very much, and once again, a happy good afternoon to one and all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arazo, for that very informative and wonderful presentation that you have discussed to us. So let's start with the question and answer, sir. By the way, sir, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, a little bit fine, but I still have, I'm not very feeling well since yesterday and even the last week.
So I hope, sir, that what you feel right now will subside and will be okay soon, or as soon as possible, I think. Okay, sir, let's start the question and answer. Okay, so the first question is, how do we know if the publication or the journal is what we call as a predatory journal? Do you have any tips on how do we know if it is a predatory journal?
Actually, sir, there are a lot of predatory journals, and there are lists of predatory journals, and even some journals that are considered are as ISI or Scopus Index journals in the previous years might not be already ISI or Scopus Index. So there is I have slides, but I did not include in my discussion, wherein you can really look at in the Scopus website or URL whether this certain journal is really indexed in Scopus, and also there is a URL in the ISI or Clarivate Analytics, wherein you can also check if this journal is a Clarivate Analytics index. So what we did with our students, if we want to publish a certain paper, is when we look at the journal, we are using journal suggester or Elsevier journal finder, so that, because all of these suggested journals are already considered as Scopus Index or ISI Index. So when we choose our journal, we use this certain URL, so that we are pretty sure that these journals are ISI or Scopus Index.
Okay, sir. Are there instances that for example, a journal, let's say 3 years ago, is a Scopus Index or ISI Index, but in the recent now it will not be Scopus Index? Are there any instances that it might happen on journal like that?
Yeah. Yes, sir. There are journals wherein it is considered as ISI or Scopus, but along the way they lost their track, and then they don't qualify to be considered as Scopus Index or ISI Index. So there are journals that in the 2015 to 2019 it is considered as Scopus, but after that with evaluation they're no longer considered as Scopus, maybe because of some criteria in the Scopus or ISI. There are like that, sir.
So it really happens. So it doesn't mean, or there's no assurance that when you publish on this journal, so you have to check the current status of that journal before you send something, or before you send for publication.
Yes, sir. As far as I know, that is really the situation, that there are journals that are not already indexed because of maybe of some in terms of citation, their papers are not cited, so they are no longer qualified to be considered Scopus or ISI index.
Yes, sir. That's noted. So we have to check still if it is Scopus or ISI Index, or I think Web of Science right now, sir. ISI is now Web of Science, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Let's proceed with the processes, sir. For example, I've submitted a journal. Then I got an email, or I got a response from the reviewer that it was rejected without review. So what are the typical reasons that causes that rejected without review, and how are we going to prevent it?
Usually, sir, one reason wherein the paper is being rejected at the desk of the editor is very weak discussion, or the presentation, or it does not follow the guide to authors as to how it will be written, how it will be formatted. So there are journals like that, or a journal also will it is beyond or not in the scope and aim of the journal. So if it is not within their scope, then they will also reject right away without giving it to the reviewer. And there are also some instances wherein because it is very poor, by looking at it, the grammar and the sentence construction is not acceptable, or they can't understand what the certain author is telling, so there is outright rejection from the editor, because the editor should have the decision if there's really a chance that this paper will be accepted. If the editor can look at it and there is no chance that this paper will be accepted, then outright it will be rejected by the editor without giving it to the to the reviewers of that certain journal.
So there will be a first if like a I don't know if this superficial or I mean the format itself. So it will be checked first and the scope and so on. So that is also important when you're writing the journal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There, in every journal, there is guide to authors as to how you are going to organize your paper, whether the tables and figures should be within the text, meaning in the manuscript, it will be separated in a separate file, and then how you are going to organize the subsection, whether it's 1.1, 1.2, and then what are the texts, if it is a single space or double space. All of this is can be read in the guide or instruction to author. So that is very important. Even how you are going to, like there are journals wherein they will be saying that if you will be using the word figure, then it only fig and then period. It's not the whole word figure, and many others, because each journal has its own like formatting and own way of like referencing and others.
Okay, sir. So that's noted. So that when we write a journal or when we submit a journal, we will not get any rejected without review result. So that will be prevented. So, sir, on your presentation, you said that you can select reviewers based on the journal. So I thought the reviewers are chosen randomly. So is it okay that we select who to review?
Actually, sir, most of the journals, particularly these high impact factor journals, they are asking you for suggested reviewer, meaning to say, they will be asking as to who are the potential reviewers of your paper. But it doesn't mean that the editor will give your paper to that certain suggested or potential reviewer. It is still the discretion of the editor as to who will be reviewing your paper. But you can suggest. But of course, when you suggest a certain reviewer, you should have no conflict of interest. Like you don't have previous engagement with research, or it is not your friend. Or usually, if I have a suggested reviewer, I see to it that it is not from our country, because it is discouraged that you can have suggested reviewer that is coming from the same country.
Yes, sir. Because I remember, though I haven't published in journal, I've sent papers for in various conference papers, and also in their submission, they are asking for any conflict of interest. So you have to declare where are you studying, where are you working, like that. So it's also important in the journal.
Yeah.
I
Yes,
see.
sir. Yes, sir.
So it's more of suggestive, but not it's the decision of who to review will still be at the decision of the editor.
Yes, exactly, sir. Exactly.
Okay, sir. By the way, so how do by the way with regards to high impact journals, how do we differentiate journals in terms of its impact? It's is it only focused on the impact factor like that?
Um, uh, when you're a very good researcher, as much as possible, you need to submit your paper in high impact factor journal. When we said high impact factor journal, when we, for example, if there is when there's a journal and then the impact factor is 5, meaning to say, at an average, each of their paper has 5 citation, I guess, in the last 2 years. So meaning to say, if you will be submitting your paper in that certain journal, there's a high tendency that your paper will also be cited. If you will be submitting in a less impact factor journal, meaning to say their paper has also less citation. So those researchers who are really expert would want that their paper will be submitted in high impact factor journal, because they will be visibly seen by these people who are working in the field, and that their paper will be cited. So that's the reason, because if you have citations as a university, that is one of the criteria in the ranking, in the world ranking of universities.
I see. So that's also a factor. So so whenever we search for journals, so it's important that we consider high impact journals. So does it have any relationship with the publication fee when you have high impact journals? Just for budgeting purposes.
Actually, sir, when you will be submitting your paper, you have two options. You can select from the journals that are being suggested. I said that you can use Elsevier Journal Finder, or you can use Journal Suggester, and there there is a certain portion in there that you can identify whether this journal is open access or subscription. For me, for example, as a researcher, and I don't have that much amount for payment in open access, I choose a subscription, because when you choose a subscription, the publication is free, but people who will be reading that certain journal should pay, or they are going to subscribe that in terms of millions, like if it is in the Science Direct or in the Springer. So when I said subscription, the publication is free, but people who will be accessing that will have to pay. So like the university will subscribe so that students can access that readily. Or if you are a single person and you want to go to the internet and go to Science Direct, then it's $40 per article if you want to download, something like that. But if it is open access, the author who submit that certain paper should pay like $2,500 to $4,000, and then once it is published in the internet, all people who wanted to access it and download it can access and download. It's free for the user, but the person who is publishing it should pay. But there are few journal wherein it is open access, but it is still free, because some society or some journal is the one that is paying for the payment of open access.
So there are many options. Yes,
Yeah,
sir. That's well understood. So it doesn't mean that you need to pay for. I mean, there are options. So it will always depend on the journal, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
So there are journals that are free when you publish, but those who will want to read the full paper shall pay for the subscription. And at the other side, there will be like somewhat open access to those who read, but the one who will publish will pay for the publication fee.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
So it's but for the high impact factor, which is typical, or it's random.
It's the same, sir. There are high impact factor journals that are for subscription. There are also high impact factor journals that are open access.
So it will depend. So just like if it is sponsored or not sponsored, somewhat like that.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. With regards to the review process, how do we mean? I mean, is there a what we call as the blind review or double blind review when it comes to journal? Because in conference papers there's what we call as the blind review, but in journals, do we have this?
In many journals, sir, it's seldom that you can find double blind review. Meaning to say, when it's double blind review, the author will not know who are the reviewers are, and the reviewers will not also know who are the authors of this paper. But in most of the journals that I have reviewed, it is single blind review. Meaning to say, the authors did not know who reviewed their papers, but I know as a reviewer who are the authors of this paper. Most of the journals is single blind review. I know who are the authors of the paper that I am reading, but they did not know that I am the one reviewing.
Will that establish a bias, or it will depend on the conflict of interest?
Actually, sir, as a reviewer, I really look at it objectively because there are instances that I know the author. No, we don't. Though we don't have conflict of interest, but I know him or her, for example, in an international conference or in some other engagement in the international arena. But when I reviewed a paper, I should do it objectively because this is an academic activity, and I should see to it that as a reviewer, I should have an integrity that what I'm doing is really according to what this paper is all about. So I have my own judgment as to whether this will be of major revision, minor revision, or it will be rejected. So with all integrity and sincerity, I am reviewing the paper according to the content of that certain paper.
So this is noted, sir, because I believe some of our participants will be future reviewers, and it's very helpful for them to have an insight on how the review process goes. So, sir, for example, let's say I have already published the journal, then I have published a lot of journals. So, what do we mean by H index, sir? I mean, for the knowledge of everyone po, sir.
Actually, there are two. Index. We have a I-10 index. So meaning to say, if you have I-10 index, meaning to say, I-10 index is your publication has 10 citations. For example, if your I-10 index is equal to 20, meaning to say you have 20 papers that has more or has 10 or more citation. The H index is this is the index wherein you can really say that this paper are published in a journal that has impact factor already. So, but usually what is being looked at is more on the I-10 index, because if your paper has 10 citations, meaning to say that's really a very good paper, because even the journals, most of the journals has only like impact factor of 5, meaning to say at an average you have 5 citations in each of their paper, and then you have I-10 that is equal to, and then you have some papers that has that is considered as a I-10 index, therefore your paper is really very good. So that is one of the way wherein you're going to look at the researcher in its how good or how good is this person in terms of citation.
Okay, sir. We have this question from Zoom. What are your tips, sir, when it comes to finding related literature and methodology when you are doing a novel study? I think they are still on their undergraduate studies, but they want to have a novel study.
Actually, if you want to have a very good study, then therefore you need to find journals in very reliable sources. Like, do not go on to Google right away and then type your paper, type the title or the keywords that you want to look for. But you can use, for example, Google Scholar, because Google Scholar is better than the Google alone. Or you can go to some like Elsevier, for example, Elsevier or Science Direct, or you can go to Springer, because these are very good sources of academic articles that are being made by academic scholars. And also, as much as possible, if you want novelty of your work, you need to look for papers that are new. Like, for example, within the last 5 years, it is being published. Aside from the classical references, you need to use those latest articles that are being published in a certain journal or in a certain academic community. It might be in my case as a faculty, I really want that my students will go to Science Direct, as their source of their resources or their references. Anyway, I guess in the whole country, if I'm not mistaken, DOST is subscribing for the Science Direct, and they are giving username and password to many of the universities, and that we are that is the one that are being enjoyed by our students nowadays. They can have access to Science Direct with millions of latest articles, and then they use it as their as the materials in conceptualizing their thesis, up to making some methods, and up to interpreting the result of their study.
Thank you for that very insightful response, sir. Because I think they are really in need of help when it comes to looking for literatures for novel study. By the way, sir, any final words before we end this lecture?
Yeah, I just would like to thank the PUP for this opportunity, that because I did not know this until I completed my PhD. I just know this through my going into the internet and looking some journal, looking some resources wherein I can really so that I can really know how to do this and to do that, and so therefore I really share this one with my students, and then some of my friends in PUP, particularly Sir Bong, also asked me to share what I have. So just I would like to thank, and then I'm reviewing papers in the international world, in the Science Direct Springer for free. So if you wish that your paper can also be, if I have time, then I can read your papers, and I welcome that, because I also wanted to help people in our country to be to publish papers, because this is one way of stepping up to the ladder, particularly in the Global Innovation Index of the country, because research publication and citation is among the criteria in the Global Innovation Index. So in a way, if we will be collaborating, I'm helping in some other countries for the research publication for free, then I have an open heart also, and that I can also help people in our country so that they can also publish and be cited in some ISI and Scopus Index journals. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arazo. And we believe that in your vision, we can achieve or we can achieve, our country can achieve that high level, or we have this highly competitive researches, so that we can go above our current global innovation index. And we are looking forward to work with you in researches and in some in future collaborative researches, most probably with some of our engineering department and science department. So it's a great pleasure, sir, to have you with us on this event, and to award the certificate of recognition, may we call on the Dean of the College of Engineering of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Remedios G. Ado.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Arazo, for sharing your expertise and for a very interesting discussion. So let me read the text in the certificate. Polytechnic University of the Philippines. This certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Renato O. Arazo in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service as guest of honor and speaker in the Science, Engineering, and Technology Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series, SET PCHLS 2021, with the topic Techniques in Publishing in ISI Scopus and Index Journals. Given this 20th day of July 2021 at the PUP Main Campus, Santa Mesa, Manila. Signed, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, University President. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ado and Dr. Arazo. May we request for a photo opportunity with all our participants. So may we request everyone to open their camera for this photo opportunity with our Professorial Chairholder, Dr. Renato Arazo. Okay? So is our technical team ready? Okay. Ready. So how many pages do we have? 8. Okay. So we have 8 pages. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. How many? Okay. One more. 3 more. Sorry, 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Last 2. 1, 2, 3. And last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Ado and our professorial chairholder, Dr. Renato Arazo. And we're hoping that we can still invite you on our future endeavors, sir.
Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Okay. So we're done with our day 1 of the Professorial Chairholder lecture series. And for our day 2, just a reminder that we still have the second day tomorrow. So with our Professorial Chairholders, Dr. Napoleon K. Wanillo Jr., Dr. Rolando Orense, and Dr. Pablo Horillo. So, and also on our day 3 will be with the Professorial Chairholder, Dr. Maria Catalina Cabral of the Department of Public Works and Highways. So just a reminder for the evaluation form. So the evaluation form will be sent in the chat room. And also, I think okay, so this will be the evaluation link. So please, for a while, we're having some technical problems. So for the day 1 evaluation link, please enter or please type this on your browsers, on the address bar of your browsers. So https:// backslash or slash bit.ly/3IMOQ capital S. Then this is L, right? Okay. 3IMOQSL. So that will be the link leading to the evaluation form. Okay. So some are requesting to send it on the chat box. So our technical team will be sending it in the chat box for us to easily click. But for those who can type it now, so you can type it now on your address bars. So again, reminder, so we have to complete the 3-day series. Okay? So I think the technical team has already typed it here. Okay. So it was already sent by, I think, OBPSAS. Okay. So as you can see, there are a lot of links. So you just have to click one. So you don't have to click all of this. Okay. So that concludes the day 1 of or before we conclude the day 1, we'll have the hymno ng PUP.
Pilipino, ang iyong anarkiba, ang ikang taglay, PUP aming gabay, para lang nakita, PUP pinag-aral. Gagamitin ka ang buhay mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, ang iyong karantiba, ang ikang taglay, PUP aming gabay, para lang nakita, PUP
And that concludes the first day of the Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2021. On behalf of my partner, Engineer Orlan Tobola, this is Engineer John De La Cruz, and thank you for listening and for watching and joining us on this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you po, Sir Bien. Sir Bien eh.
Nakalive pa tayo.
Ay, nakalive pa ba?